X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Unfortunately, today was the first day, well, I mean, I guess it's fortunately, the last few streams have been relatively non-bumpy in regards to technical difficulties with OBS, but today, it actually crashed, but I was able to close it. Sadly, the stream shut itself off, so I had to make a whole new stream. If you're wondering why you might have had to jump to a new stream, that's why. Because YouTube will just cut the stream off manually, or automatically, when data stops being received. So I had to remake the entire stream and do all of that, and I do apologize for that, but otherwise, if I didn't do that, I just wouldn't stream today. So my policy is, for as long as that is a problem, I'm just going to push through, keep making whole new streams over and over and over again, till I'm finally able to get OBS to work. Because I've had every single friend I have who knows tech and stuff like that, look it over, and they have been, they can't find out what's wrong. They literally can't. There is no discernible problem that can be solved. Did I hear Finster came out today? Damn. That's the first time I'm hearing this. You're telling me for the first time. Having more Zan streams, zotomatically good. I think you might have misspelled there, Straw Hat Monty, but I see what you were going for, and I appreciate it. Gosh, you guys are already off to a good start with the support. Thank you guys. Wow. Hot damn. Carlson and Peters, thank you so much for the off-stream donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. Said, caught the circumcision bit in your Libs of TikTok video and couldn't agree more. 4gen.org, I don't know what that is, really means a lot to me as someone who can't find therapy or relief for this sort of topic. Thank you for talking about it. You know, it's really weird how many, like, hyper-defensive people in the comments of that video were getting mad at me for my take that, like, it shouldn't be legal to just decide your baby is going to be circumcised, you know, like, without their consent. The fact that we've kind of agreed that the opposite version of that is not okay. Yeah, you know. I'm glad my mom was of the same mindset, too. She was like, no, you will not take a knife to my baby's dick. You will not be doing that. No, thank you. I choose to opt out of that service, thank you. Also, is that, like, my understanding is it's not really much of a thing outside of America, right? Do you want it with or without the peel? God. I had to be circumcised when I was 9 for medical reasons? Jesus Christ, for a more perfect America. That's, awful. Yo, Xanderhall, they dropped a trailer for my vocation. Wow! Alright, let's watch it. Mystic Spear Hand. Let's check this out. Actually, first let me finish donos. I do appreciate that, though, Beth. We're going to check that out in just a second. I'm going to be honest, I don't really feel like there's much of a reason to cover, like, a YouTuber's coming out video. Unless there's, like, a massive controversy. Like, the only coming out video for a big YouTuber I ever covered was Jaden Animations, and that's because when that happened, she had loads of conservatives, like, shit-talking her for being asexual. Or ace-aro. And so, it was more so a talk about the reaction to the coming out video. But as far as I've heard, I've at least seen as much as I'll say, I have not seen any, like, negative reaction to Finster coming out as trans. What I'm really interested about is if Finster will be allowed to come back on PKA now. Because Finster is, like, a longtime PKA fan and is a recurring guest on there. And two of the guests that are, like, kind of transphobic and really chasery, particularly one of them, can't help but makes, like, very sexual remarks about Finster whenever she's on there. And so I'm really curious now how that dynamic's gonna work now, because she's a big fan of PKA and is fine going on there and all the jokes and weird comments because she finds it funny. I mean, she's a fan of that podcast. So it makes me wonder, how's that gonna work now? Is FPS Russia gonna outright just, like, thirst for Finster and just start outright flirting, but not as a joke, quote unquote? Finn confirmed he's on HRT, not that he's trans. Okay, what am I supposed to think? It's the fucking I'm coming out tweet. That's all I've seen of it. Regardless. I'm not tapped in, and it's not very much a topic-worthy issue, is my point. They're gender fluid, so trans enough. Yeah, okay. Technically. I haven't seen the video. I don't know the details. All I know is that Finster is coming out and is on HRT. That is all I know. Zan, are you going to cover Bobert's son getting arrested? I didn't hear about that. Maybe I will. Maybe we should blow that up to be as big as, like, Hunter Biden's controversy, you know? I love starting stream and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere for no reason, my lips just dry out like a desert every 5 seconds and I have to keep sipping water to keep them wet. Otherwise, I have to lick my lips, and you don't want to do that. It's not good for them. Who the fuck is Bobert? Lauren Bobert? I think her name is. Anyway, thank you, Carlson and Peters. I appreciate the $10. Very kind of you. Straw Hat Monty 97, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. That is so based in Pog of, or tier 2 sub for 3 months. My bad. Thank you so much. That is so based in Pog of you. That really does mean a lot, and it helps the channel a whole hell of a lot. So thank you so much for the kind support, Straw Hat Monty. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Said 3-monther, I bought Helldivers 2 when you first mentioned it on stream a week or so ago. Having a blast, level 22 in 62 hours. That's some good timing, hell yeah. I'm about to crest over to level 28, so I'm feeling pretty good about my progress so far. I want to try and unlock everything and max out all my stratagems, and then I'll be ready to just, you know, do nothing but hell dives. Pretty much, you know? What's the point of doing anything other than hell dives once you can do them with your friends, you know? We need to win. Yeah, Sonny the Martian, I'll definitely get some lip balm. I just keep forgetting to buy some. You're all good, Delancer. Helping people is probably more important than watching my stream. Yeah, I do think I'll probably cover that I'm Inside Your Walls, but it's on the list. It's on the list, okay? It's on the list. Thank you for that, though, Straw Hat Monty. I really appreciate it. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Said, here is some money to get better equipment to help fight them tech demons. Hey, I really appreciate that. That helps a lot. How many months is that, by the way, Larry Banks? I don't want to undercredit you. Come on. Larry Banks. Larry Banks, I believe in you. You can tell me. You can trust me. 1 month? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. That really does mean a lot. Damn, we're off to a good start. Thank you so much, guys. That really does mean a lot to me. Here is some money for better equipment. I am definitely probably going to invest some of this money into getting a new camera. One that I can use for streaming and recording quail videos and pretty much any other type of video. So it's going to be big. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Prancing Goldfish, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. That's very kind of you. Didn't say anything, but once again, it means a lot to me, and it really is going to help. Thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Hey, you don't have to donate and support me financially in order to support the stream. Remember, all you have to do is drop a like. Seriously, dropping a like on my videos, my streams, my VODs, whatever it may be, it really does mean a lot. My likes are actually quite low compared to views, but my like to dislike ratio is very high. Like, I have a very low dislike ratio. So it's not that people don't like the videos, it's that they forget to like the videos. So, please, it really does help the channel when you guys do that. It really, really does. Here, really quickly, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we're going to watch this Vocation trailer. And then we're going to start the first segment because I've got some spicy topics to cover today. All right. Be right back, chat. Be patient. Alright, I have also brought down a case of water so I don't have to go upstairs every time I run out of a bottle. Because, yeah, it's kind of needlessly interrupting to have to keep getting one, right? Now I can just grab one. It'll also help when I'm not, actively streaming too, because then I don't have to get up and run upstairs just to grab a water every time. It'll also help me stay more hydrated, just generally speaking, which is always good. Always, always good. Configure video. Yeah, turn that gain down just a wee bit. That gain's just a little higher than I think it needs to be. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. There we go. Very good. Why is my eye itchy? What the hell? Chill out. Why don't you just get one of those giant water jugs and a comically large silly straw? Maybe one day I will get one of those, but right now, I don't have a big enough desk or that much space. I've honestly never had the kind of, expendable income necessary to get, a big desk, like the kind that you need for that kind of silly stuff to be on your desk, but I will get that. We defended Velen and Helldivers, but now we gotta finish up liberating Angel's Venture. I got updated on the deal of what's happening in Helldivers before starting stream. Don't you worry, guys. I'm fully aware. I got a takoyaki pan. I'm about to go making homemade takoyaki. They are so good. I don't know what that is, Perry Icefire, but it sounds fucking good. That's what I'll tell you. If it's made in a pan and it sounds like that, it sounds good. Out of water in that bottle. That is why I decided to grab a bag full of bottles. There we go. Hopefully they'll get cold down here. They're octopus balls? Oh, yummy. That does sound good. Oh yeah, hopefully... Oh, geez. Hopefully you enjoy that. That sounds really interesting. Octopus and dough fried into balls. Ooh. Ooh. That's pretty scrumptious sounding. I hope you enjoy that. Sounds like you're a pretty good cook if you can make something that, cool and exotic. Octopus balls. Holy shit. Alright. Everyone. My lovely people. My friend Balthazar has sent me yet another trailer for the video game Dragon's Dogma 2 that is going to come out this month. And I will most certainly be streaming it. Clipped? What'd I say that's clippable? Regardless, I will definitely be streaming this game when it drops. So, this is the new Vocation trailer. I'm obviously not going to be playing this Vocation. I'm going to play Thief, because I'm based, and that is the Vocation I'm going to play, and you can't stop me, and you're not the boss of me, and that's just how it's going to be. I will admit, this does look pretty neat. This would definitely be a close second or third place. I can see why you want to play this one, Val. It definitely has appeal. Yeah! I love the jumping on top of enemies and just stabbing them. It's so cool. Oh, that's so neat. Aw. Fuck, this game. March 22nd. 21 days away. Hot damn. You must be fiending, foaming for this right now, Balth. 21 days away. So excited. Hot damn. I believe it. I'd be excited too. PETA simulator? Some would call PETA. You could stab griffins in this game. What about people? What if they stab real life griffins because they were inspired by the game? Interesting for a more perfect America. I might have a heart attack, not gonna lie. I wonder if that game has scythes. They're my favorite weapons. Of course they'll have scythes. What do you think this is? A garbage video game that doesn't have scythes? I wouldn't be playing it if it didn't have scythes, but I'm not going to use a scythe. But, you know, it's a required weapon to exist in the game. It's a lot like Dark Souls and Monster Hunter mixed together. You know, it's a bit like that. It's probably not doing it justice, but you'll get it. A little bit of Shadow of the Colossus. Sperm was kind of mixed in. Yeah. Hi, Xanderhall, I'm a bit late today. This happened like a week ago, but Turkey Tom made a video on you. Yeah, I heard people mention that, like, for a few days ago, and I was like, no, he didn't. I feel like I'd know about that. And I was like, is this just, like, trolls or something, trying to, like, stir up drama? But then eventually I got the video in my recommended, and it was on his second channel, and I, like, skipped through it a little bit, and at one point it's him, like, looking at an image of me shirtless and saying, man, he's skinny fat. This is dark, man. This is dark. And I was just like, is this the exposed video that I've had made about me? And I kind of breathed a huge sigh of relief. Like, okay, so there's no, like, made-up bullshit allegations. It's just, like, an attempt to farm views. Okay. Turkey Tom wants to fuck Zan, confirmed. From my understanding, he was reacting to he was reacting to a video made by, like, a schizo hater account that, like, spam posts videos about, like, me, Walsh, Keffels, any lefty figure. So he was just reacting to one. I used to be a fan of his until he kept sticking his dick into political issues he had no say in. I generally think his political takes aren't really that terrible. It's just kind of weird that he came out of nowhere with that, especially with the fact that, you know, I haven't really flung any stones at him. It's kind of weird. I will say, an IRL friend that I have, his ex knew Turkey Tom IRL. So it's just, you know, I've heard some funny stuff, just rumors. That's all I'll say. You haven't seen his Tom Dark channel? He spreads a lot of misinfo there? Well, maybe he does. I haven't really watched a lot of his content. But from what I've talked to him about, like, he had me onto a show at one point, and his takes didn't seem that far right. Did you see a tweet on stream suggesting in your Discord of a fellow mother worried about her trans kids if Trump wins, only a few lefties to tell them Biden doesn't care about trans people? He using fear and depression to win votes. Trump is? I mean, there's just a lot of lefties that have always been like this. I know many of you are probably, like, this is your first election cycle, being super tapped into internet politics, but this happened last time too, and I know it happened before as well in 2016. This is nothing new. Towards the end of the primary election, leftists all around the internet all start screaming about how we shouldn't vote for Biden, but it really does die down on its own almost towards election day. A lot of these people, if they actually can vote, are not serious about not voting for Biden. Like, when they're seeing Trump on TV, like, calling for shit to happen that they really don't want to happen, and, like, they'll go out to the polls. A lot of those people will actually vote if they can. Many of them that are saying they're not going to vote unironically can't, either because they're A, not American, or B, like, they don't have citizenship. Like, many of them are like, I'm an immigrant who doesn't have citizenship, and I don't agree with what Biden's saying. And I'm like, cool, but you can't vote, so you know, I don't really care. Or they're 15, yes, or they're not even old enough to vote. That's the funniest one. Scapegoat, thank you for the $5 super chat. Said, Zan, have you heard Nintendo is starting to crack down on emulators? This could fuck up gaming. No, it won't fuck up gaming, and it won't fuck up emulators either. Emulators have been getting, like, much like anti-cheat and hacks and cheats in games, like, emulators have always been one step ahead of these companies because emulation is simply legal, while what's illegal is the redistribution of the ROMs for games that are being emulated. And so that's not what they can go after. They can't go after emulators, really, depending on what kind of emulator they are. It depends. Some of them could be built in, and that might be a problem. Like a built-in game and emulator in one sort of like file, in a way. I know that those exist for smaller games, but besides that, I think that most of these emulators are open source and just made by random like programmers online. They'll get picked up by a new group, and they'll resume development from where the previous team left off under a new name. And it'll usually just be improvements. E. Jean Carroll says Trump has 1 week to pay her. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, let me check the other dono. I feel like I might have missed. Hold on. Joe, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate that. It says, did you see the next Benedict update? Cops are trying to frame it as a self-Robloxing. I think you can say suicide in my donations, but maybe it doesn't let you. Let's see. Nope. All I'm seeing that comes up is that they haven't determined the cause of death yet. Yeah. So yeah, no, the police have not outright said that it was suicide or frankly anything yet. So I don't know where you heard that, Joe, but you gotta be careful about what you hear on Twitter or Discord or wherever the hell you heard that, because it's as easy as a Google search away. You search news and it goes to the newest stories. If that was true, it would have came up in like the first 10 stories, you know? Regardless, though. Hey, really quickly, chat. I'm curious, for the sake of a little bit of a experiment. In chat, type what country you're watching from, if you feel comfortable doing. So, you know, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm always curious to find out what country you guys are watching from. America, America, America. Almost all Americans. Argentina. North Ireland. Colorado. Australia. Or USA. US, Texas. US, England, Mordor, Czechia, Czechia? I think I got it right. I'm bad with pronunciation. Michigan, nice, nice. Rand, thank you for the $2 super chat, or donation through Streamlabs, whatever you call it. Says, I'm from Ethiopia. Have you had Ethiopian food? I've never had Ethiopian food before. Not in my life. Thank you for the $2, though. I really appreciate it. I wonder if there's like a, I wonder if there's a strong, like, Ethiopian community in Seattle. As far as, like, as that. I don't know. Maybe. But, maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's some restaurants. Maybe there's some, like, family-owned businesses or something. Like, obviously not very wealthy, not a very wealthy nation, but people who immigrate from nations that aren't very wealthy tend to be, like, massively wealthy. And when you immigrate from a not-so-wealthy nation to a wealthy nation, and you are wealthy, you tend to start a business, like, right away. So who knows, maybe. Me and my GF had an Ethiopian restaurant in Orlando. Some of the best food we've ever had. Super tasty and flavorful. Lots of bread. Apparently popular in DC as well. Hell yeah. Yeah, I hopefully there's like a district of restaurants. Like, that'd be dope. I know that, like, if you go to the right places, you can find, like, entire streets that are nothing but Korean food, entire streets that are nothing but Japanese food. So, like, one place you can just get, like, amazing sushi, another place you can get, like, top-tier hibachi, and then, like, another street's, like, all Chinese food, because obviously there's a huge Asian American population here in Seattle, just massive. I played one mission of Helldivers and Angel's Venture went from 77% to 19. That's gotta be a display bug, Straw Hat Monty. What the fuck is going on? There's gotta be a glitch happening. This is peak hours, isn't it? Well, I guess tonight will be peak hours, like a little later, but like still. Jesus Christ. Oh, wow, I feel a lot better. Hey, you guys ever, like, have a burp just kind of sitting in your stomach for, like, an hour and a half or something like that, and then you start talking a lot, and it finally comes up, and you're just like, whoa, no wonder I didn't feel good for the last hour. Because that's what that was. Excuse me, chat. God, I felt like borderline a little nauseous, and it was just that. Maybe I needed to drink some Monster or something. I probably don't need any more Monster. I think I'm probably pretty good in that front. It might be that it went up 81% and I read it wrong. Possibly. Maybe Straw Hat Monty. Anyway. Why is the dono goal at $53? Did I undercredit something? Says, so you like instant ramen? Try Bulldog Ramen, specifically the carbonara or cheese one, and add a slice of American cheese. Instant ramen's good. It's alright. I mean, it's not ideal. Like, if you can get ramen from a restaurant, like, properly prepared with, like, egg and some meat and everything, it's good. But, like, you know, instant ramen in, like, those cups or whatever, that will get you by. Like, really cheap, too, so if you're looking to budget buy, that's good as well. But thank you for the $2, Burp. I like how... I'm pretty sure it's the same person donating each time, but changing their name every time. Whenever it's donos like that, I do worry about chargebacks, so I'm going to check right now. I'm going to check and see. I'm going to make sure you're not a chargebacker. Oh, okay, it seems like you're not. Never mind. I apologize for accusing you of such things. I just worry. You must understand. People fuck with streamers in that way. Oh, did stream go out? Oh no, I think it's just for CoinDog. Try to refresh your thing, CoinDog. Apparently stream's fine for everybody else. Just checking. You know, gotta make sure, So I was already at 53. Okay, I guess that's pretty nice. So you like instant ramen? Yeah, I've never heard of Bulldog Ramen, but I'll have to look into it. I'm not really big on cheese, though. But if it's, like, mixed with ramen, it's basically cheese pasta at that point. So maybe it's good. I definitely wouldn't add a slice of American cheese, though. That I would not add on to that. I feel like the carbonara one might be good. I'm not going to add American cheese, though. I'm not a big fan of it. It's spicy. Ooh, yummy. Sounds pretty good. I do like spicy foods. I don't have that weak white boy stomach. I actually really enjoy spice, especially when I have like a stuffy nose. Nothing's better than eating something like ridiculously spicy when you have a stuffy nose and just clearing out, you know? Zan is lactose intolerant? No, I am not. I assure you I am not lactose intolerant, my friends. Actually, tolerance to lactose intolerance is the same as weed tolerance, where the amount of lactose you consume and how long you've been doing it and how early in life you started doing it determines your likelihood of having lactose intolerance. So if you start in life drinking a lot of milk and continue to do so through your life, like frequently, you won't have lactose intolerance. You can literally fight through it the same way one would like fight through being super high to gain a tolerance to weed. So yeah, I've always just drank a lot of milk, and I've never had to worry about it making me sick, because if it ever did, I was so young when it did that I don't remember. Obviously, I wouldn't advise drinking like a cup of milk and then going out for a run on a hot day. That might, you know, result in a negative outcome, as it would for, I think, anybody. Or for like a swim or something, you know? Like that might not end well for you. But I've never felt just sick because I drank like a glass of milk. Born on the farm, drank milk straight from the cow as a kid? Yeah, you probably won't be lactose intolerant any time in your life then, if that's how much milk, like, consumption you've had. But yeah, I always loved drinking milk, so I never really had to worry about it. And I didn't know that fact until recently, so I kind of just sort of learned, like, oh, I guess my love of milk kept me from ever not being able to drink milk. Interesting. Chocolate milk especially. Oh, delicious. Oh, yeah, plus I love cereal. God, cereal's amazing. Man, I need to order some groceries tonight. Get some milk so I can eat some more cereal, because I'm out of milk. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. It helps a lot. It says, this is from before Glorb could animate, but it's still a banger. Oh, we've got a Glorb video. I really don't like that it opened in the wrong tab, or the wrong window, but that's fine. So this is back when Glorb was using AI images. You guys remember Glorb, I hope. You guys are all Glorb posters.
Fun this, fun that with you, SpongeBob. What does that even mean?
Fun stands for fuck you and pay me. Fun, funny how you never gonna pay me. Fun, I have had enough. Now hold up, read that backwards, that shit fun. Huh, yeah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, I'm a big sponge, you a dish bitch. They know the sponge hung, got a big dick. I'm not on Karen's tongue, that's a lip flip. Stick it in her ass, then I wobble like a ripstick. Yeah, I'm leaving protein in her asshole. I like codeine, I like cash flow. I'm an OG, I don't do tea, but I need the cream like my name was fucking Maxo. Karen is a Karen, but I'm still gonna make a charm. Yeah, I'm ripping her antenna while she leaking like a spoon. Just so plugged in a mirror, so I upped in with my gun. He just asked me,
Why'd you do it?
oh, you know, for fun. Fun stands for fuck you and pay me. Fun, funny how you never gonna pay me. Fun, I have had enough. Now hold up, read that backwards, that shit fun. Huh, yeah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, I'm a big sponge, you a dish bitch. They know the sponge hung, got a big dick. I'm not on Karen's tongue, that's a lip flip. Stick it in her ass, then I wobble like a ripstick.
Thank you. Oh, wrong thing. Thank you, Pepper T21. That was honestly a work of art. That was a work of art you've just graced us with today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. I don't know what we would have done if we weren't, you know, exposed to that. Thank you so much. You've really just brought the stream together with that single donation. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Ugh. God, my nose is itchy. Burp, thank you for the additional $2 donations, or $2 donation. I appreciate it. It says, dude, please look into the Alabama prison system. It is among the worst in the world. Daily sodomy, extortion, and stabbings. Jesus Christ. Well, I'll definitely have to take a look into that. I know that FPS Russia went to an Alabama prison, if I remember correctly. And that prison wasn't bad, but based on the stories he told in that podcast, the other prisoners there that had been downgraded to low security prison camp where he was from medium or maximum security at some point, talked about what it was like to be in the medium and max security Alabama prisons, and they described, like, they would literally leave their cells at night and escape prison and, like, have homeless people replace them, supposedly. So this is a story from a podcaster, reiterated from a story from a prisoner. So, like, you know, take this with, like, the biggest grain of salt of all time, but you can look this up. If it ends up being real, then, you know, it's possible. They would pay homeless dudes, or I guess, like, get homeless dudes to sleep in their cells overnight so they could go out and party through the night and, like, spend time with girls and drink and stuff. They would sneak in alcohol, sneak in girls into the prison, apparently it was just that corrupt in some of those prisons. And based on this headline, Alabama prisons, extortion, cell phones, etc. Yeah, the cell phones have already been known, like people making prison TikToks, if you don't know. Like, there are prisoners who have cell phones, they've snuck or had someone else sneak into prison, and they straight up have internet, cell signal, and TikTok accounts, and they're like recording stuff and uploading it on TikTok, like prison fights and just daily life in prison kind of stuff, like literal prison vlogs. So Burp, I might end up covering that. Thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very kind of you. Let me update the dono goal really fast, chat, so it reflects the amazing generosity of you guys. Remember, you guys don't have to donate like all these fine people have in order to support the channel. You can always just drop a like. It really does help a lot. Xander Hall, you've been turned into a meme. What's this, Cherry?
What?
What's this? It's a tipster clip. How you doing, Cherry? I've never played a Donkey Kong game. That is good. This is a win.
Oh, God. Those iframes saved me because I was almost fucked right there. But
I'm on the soundboard. Holy shit. This is good. This is a win. I like it. I like how I'm so, like, stern in the way that I say it as well. I don't know the context of when I said that, but hey, I love it. Thanks, Cherry. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty. You all ready? You all ready for some juice? You better get yourselves ready for some juice. Please, consider dropping a like on the stream if you haven't already. Because if you haven't already, then I will find you. And I will kiss you. Drop that like. Do it. Do it. Do it. Was that good? Was that a good Palpatine impression? I feel like that was pretty good. Do it. I feel like that was solid. You guys gotta like back me up. I'll go for one more. Do it. Was that a solid? Was that a solid Palpatine? Do it. Mid? Oh, fuck you, Cold Sun. You could do it better than I could. As if you could. As if you could do it as good as me. I don't know, I haven't seen Star Trek. That's crazy. I don't remember what he sounds like. We'll look up Palpatine, do it, and see if it's accurate. Every time someone says, do I get game... Every time someone says, do it, I get Game Grumps flashbacks. Yeah, I know the bit you're talking about. Super Mario Maker was hilarious. I remember watching that before it was like a clipped bit. I used to actually be a pretty regular Game Grumps viewer. I don't watch it as much anymore, but, you know, maybe I'll tune back in. There's no particular reason why I stopped watching, just kind of like, you know how things... You just cycle through content. It happens. It's how YouTube works. The algorithm rarely keeps the same thing frequently getting fed to you, surprisingly. Say... No, I can only do it, because it's just... The way he says it is so easy to mimic, but I can't do any other line of Palpatine. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. I just can't. Alright. That said, though, time to start the first segment. Alright, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. I was really hoping that this wouldn't be the case. I was hoping that Joe Rogan was actually improving in regards to the platforming and spreading of misinformation. I'm genuinely curious if you felt the same way that I did, chat. Like, do you guys feel like he was improving? I feel like the recent stories I've covered in regards to him have been either his live producers or him fact-checking or pushing back against misinfo from right-wing pundits that he has on his show. It's not that he's stopped having those people on, it's more so that he's had a more responsible go of things lately, it feels like, which is why I'm really disappointed to talk about this, but a lot of people in chat say no, some people in chat say yeah, kinda. I mean, hey, if you're watching this as a clip when this goes up as a video, comment down below. I'm genuinely curious. Have you guys felt like Joe Rogan was getting better in regards to his platforming of misinfo and pushing back against it? Because the last 2 stories we covered had to do with him dunking on Matt Walsh, and the other one was him fact-checking some conservative pundit about, I think it had to do with, like, a statistic or something like that, which was the same thing as the Matt Walsh one, but I don't remember what the other one was exactly, but it feels like he's been improving to me, but clearly not after what you see here. Now, to be fair, this was posted by a conservative, like, grift blue checkmark account on Twitter, so, you know, take this caption with a grain of salt, but we are still about to watch some crazy shit regardless. Green Lives Matter posted, Cat Williams blows Joe Rogan's mind after he suggests that transgenderism originates from the demon Baphomet and that Hollywood has been pushing us towards these occult themes for decades. Quote, show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. I guess it's now just quoting, like, the clip we're about to watch, so, I mean, let's just watch the clip. Let's just watch the clip. Let's see what this gentleman has to say to Joe Rogan about trans people and their origins having to do with the demon Baphomet. Goofiest thing I've ever heard? Yeah. I think we're going to hear a lot crazier now.
Propaganda in Hollywood movies is built into the ingredients list. It's like if you want flour, you need wheat. You're going to have to get the wheat.
Propaganda for who, though? Like, think about it for 5 seconds. The purpose of propaganda is to convince you to believe in a set of beliefs or an ideology with what end goal? The left is very good at explaining why right-wing propaganda exists, why it is practiced, because the purpose is to draw in as many people as possible in order to gain votes and electoral power so they can secure Trump's power in the presidency, pass that bill that they want to pass that will give the president full legal immunity so he can't be, like, criminally charged for any of his crimes, and then on top of that, to essentially demolish our term limit system, and as many Trump supporters will just outright tell you, make Donald Trump the God Emperor who never has to worry about another election again. They want to destroy our democracy and make it so that the left can never retake power. They don't believe in the concept of there being a democracy. In fact, I believe it was Tim Pool who recently just tweeted straight up, democracy should be illegal, like a couple days ago. He just straight up tweeted, democracy should be illegal. So, do with that what you will. But, like, when I think about propaganda, and they're arguing it's like this woke, progressive, pro-trans propaganda, what's the end goal of that? Like, who wants the pro-trans movement to succeed? Is it the government? Because the government could be anybody. It depends on who's in power. The president isn't the government. The House isn't the government. The Senate isn't the government. Is the Supreme Court the government? Because all these parties tend to be at odds with each other at any given time. So who is behind this? Is it always the Democrats, despite whether or not the Republicans have a supermajority, and they're just able to hide this evil secret plan and all these bills and the funding for these propaganda bills that they're supposedly sending to Hollywood from an entire half or more than half of the House, Senate, or Supreme Court? This makes no sense. The idea that there's some secret undercover agenda being pushed by any group besides, I mean, unless Joe Rogan just wants to bite the bullet and outright say he thinks it's the Jews, which I don't think he'll ever do, then I really can't think of any logical reason for why there would be a conspiracy here. That's the thing at the end of the day. Why would there be a conspiracy? Who is there to profit from this? Why are they profiting from it? And explain to me how grifting or pushing a grift for conservatives wouldn't be more profitable. Like, would it not be more profitable to push anti-trans propaganda? Supposedly, anti-trans people who don't believe in trans rights, are the silent majority. Would they not be then the most, financially effective market to tap into? The fact is they're not. What they're seeing is pop culture marketing itself to the more popular ideology in broader America, which is progressivism. They can't admit that, though, because so much of conservative rhetoric relies on this feigning of winning the culture war, while at the same time arguing that the other side of the culture war is so dangerous you can't let up from fighting the culture war for a moment or the enemy will win. The fact is they don't want to accept that these companies are just marketing what they think will make them the most money, and that's progressive politics. Simple as that. And not to mention, just on a fundamental level, like most art, assuming it's not like committee made, like there's that committee made movies and games and stuff that are like very shoehorned in progressive values and messaging. Like, I'm not going to pretend that doesn't exist or anything, but when it's art that's made by, say, like an indie team or a smaller developer that doesn't have very strong control of over a publisher, by their publisher or whatever, we're not talking about media that's like made to appeal to a super broad audience. We're talking about media that's made as almost a passion project, as close as you can get to it within the mainstream gaming landscape or movie landscape. And that type of media made by artists that are passion projects are naturally always going to have somewhat progressive leanings in their messaging, in their casting, in their just everything. Like, most of the beloved stories in all of human history have some form of messaging that, when distilled down to its most fundamental idea, conservatives would call it woke today.
And if you want to be able to make movies about certain subjects, you have to be willing to work with some people that, it'd be nice if you made it so that this is what we're trying to accomplish, and this is showing the negative side of this other society. And
I will say I have to be like very sparing with how much of these clips that I show, because Joe Rogan and his clips will get you copyrighted. So you kind of have to be like super duper careful posting these, because YouTube will like copyright the stream. Like they'll detect it and they'll pause the stream. So if the stream does get temporarily taken down, which it might, just be patient. All I have to do is stop showing and playing the video, and the stream will come back on its own. It sucks, but when it comes to YouTube live streams and copyright, YouTube likes to shoot first and ask questions later. Not a fan, but it's the website I work my job on. Gotta love it.
this is and this is our hero. This is our hero who's going to go do America's bidding and go over there. And you're like, okay. And those movies are successful, and so they continue this relationship, and you become a bit of a propaganda arm for the government. And in turn, they don't fuck with you.
Is he talking about trans, like, woke propaganda, or is he talking about the literal real-life way in which movie producers can get into contact with the U.S. military, and as long as their messaging in said movie isn't anti-military and is, like, screened and approved by the U.S. military, they will lend, like, millions of dollars in tanks, equipment, uniforms, whatever is needed for the sake of sets and filming of the movie. Because our military recognizes that having movies that present the U.S. military in either a neutral or positive way is a good thing. And they want to help make more of those movies and keep that kind of stuff in pop culture. So recruitment rates are high, and, the funding rates are high, and, public approval rates are high. There's a lot of reasons why, feeding into that general militaristic ideation that Americans have.
Right. But that's what makes information so powerful is, you don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about does following the ritual work. Yeah. And so you can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So like when I be like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not.
That is a weird thing.
It's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so...
Damn. Holy shit. 20 years ago, he predicted transgenders would be a thing. Oh my god. Guys, as you all know, it's all been a given. Like, trans people started existing, in the last decade when Tumblr started happening and the internet came around. So, like, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, saying that trans people would be a thing, that's an impressive prediction. As we all know, they didn't exist back then. They didn't exist at all. Now, this is absolutely, like, in your face, obviously fucking stupid. Trans people have always existed. It's only more recently in the last, 10, 15 years that we've seen a spike in acceptance and sort of attention brought to trans people, their lives and their struggles. And this has happened every time a minority group finally gets some level of recognition. There are always people who come out of the woodwork with, like, different ways of trying to attack that group and its, claim to having equal rights. And in this case, this guy's trying to claim, like, that whole trans thing, it's this fad that came out of nowhere, that Hollywood's pushing it. And, I knew it would be coming decades ago, as if trans people didn't already exist. As if there aren't literally articles from the 1920s about, like, ex-Navy men becoming ex-Navy women, And it was not negatively covered in media back then because the conservative establishment hadn't demonized it the way that they have today yet. Like, the LGBT community wasn't necessarily liked, but it wasn't really defined, for one thing, on one hand. And it also wasn't like, there wasn't a culture war back then the same way there is today. The internet has really divided politics more than ever. Like, there's been no bigger divider of people in politics besides the internet and the printing press and maybe radio and TV. But I honestly think the internet has had the biggest impact since the printing press.
So much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender.
Fill me in here, chat. Is that the origin of the term transgender? I was under the impression the term transgender refers to, well, my understanding was before transgender, it was transsexual people tend to use, and then modern day, the reason the word trans is used is because it's a reference to chemistry. When it comes to, like, was it like chiral whatever the fuck, and you get like a cis trans chiral pair bond or it's some chemistry shit, okay? You can look it up, but literally the term trans and cis literally come from chemistry. Like it comes from chemistry. And so the idea that it comes from the Bible, I mean, science language is Latin, so maybe like it could work, but it doesn't really vibe with me because transgender is a relatively new word. I think it's like transgender people have existed for a long time, but that phrase is pretty new.
And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show
Baphomet is an intersex creature. He's grasping at straws. Oh, okay. So it's because Baphomet like displays the physical traits of like a bunch of different things, including a man and a woman human. That means Baphomet is transgender, and that means that transgender people are demonic. I see. He's literally just on like an actual like religious schizo spree.
allegiance to him. You had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things.
I need to get as high as this guy is right now, so I'm going to go ahead and take a few more hits, because if this guy's literally on Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast in the world, this high, I get to be higher than I am right now to endure this, okay? I need to be on this dude's level.
Things will become popular in the future, and that somehow calling people the GOAT would be normalized over.
No fucking shot. He's actually trying to argue that saying someone is the GOAT, that is to say the greatest of all time, he predicted it because it is a reference to the decline of society into Satanism, because it's a reference to Baphomet. When you say someone's the GOAT, that's fucking crazy. Oh my god. There's no way conservative Zoomers fall for this. There's no way conservative Zoomers who like to call their favorite YouTuber the GOAT are actually going to fall for the claim that it has ties to demons and Baphomet. This is actual satanic panic. Ass ring? I think he means like the Pacific Rim there.
The sheep being always the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed, Cat. Jesus Christ.
This must be the weed
I'm trying
talk.
to figure out how to
I think
jump
it's
in
the
on
weed.
that.
I'm trying to get there.
Right. Which is my only goal.
I always wonder whether or not all the stories in the Bible, it's just where we are experiencing it. Like
Come on, Joe. Really? Is this where he's at now? Is this where the Joe Rogan experience has gotten to? Is that where we're at now? 2024 Joe Rogan is, I oftentimes wonder if the stories in the Bible are true and if we're not living them now. Really? This is 2024 Joe Rogan. Who could have predicted this back in 2021? I think most people.
the mark of the beast
Honestly.
thing that we were talking about earlier. If that is not, I think if you had to tell a story for so many years
Yeah.
before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down, and you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them, and then all of a sudden the brain implants were hijacked by machines, and people became
This guy is friends with Elon Musk. The guy who's doing the brain implants is Elon Musk. Wait, are they going to bring up Elon Musk? I guarantee you they don't. They're just going to reference that thing Elon Musk is doing, and somehow that is part of the left degrading society? Elon Musk is doing Neuralink. Does Joe Rogan all of a sudden not like Elon Musk? Is he all of a sudden a Satan worshiper? Is he all of a sudden implanting people with the mark of the beast?
just meat zombies controlled by corporations. That would be the mark of the beast. That would be a demonic thing.
I guess it's been a thing
If it-
for a
if
long
a
time,
demon-
but Elon Musk is the guy doing brain implants right now. Let's be honest. Neuralink is the most well-funded, well-publicized brain implant program out there. Like, it is the biggest brain implant well-known. No, it is probably the most well-funded. There's no way it's not the most well-funded, unless, like, there are governments out there doing programs for, like, brain implants, which is probably true, but we wouldn't know about it, right? Not yet.
Demon tricked human beings into wearing a hat that turned you into a zombie. That demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore. But that demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. Until one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire.
Notice how it's like the most basic, like, my favorite thing about this conservative, like, media grift is that 50% of it is just your shit your parents told you, and the other, like, just, but from somebody that you don't, like, not want to listen to, I guess. And the other half of it is batshit insane stuff. So he's, like, mixing in, like, the internet's bad for you, social media is bad for you, technology addiction is a bad problem, you need to make sure you get outside and you do things that are healthy for you. Like, they'll listen to, like, Andrew Tate or Joe Rogan, whatever, say the same shit their parents have been telling them like, their whole lives. That's half of it. And then the other half is batshit conspiracy stuff. And they buy all of it hook, line, and sinker.
Like the vampire stories, you had to let them in, remember?
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I do not know. I genuinely don't know where Joe Rogan has gotten to at this point. I'm genuinely excited to read the comments on this video when it goes out to see what people's thoughts are on this current state of Joe Rogan, whether they thought he was getting better and this is a surprise to them, or if they've always thought this was the, like, inevitable end goal of where he's heading and there's been no seeming change in that trajectory. I'm really curious to see your reactions in the comments, but good lord, is this really what it's come to? Is he really just now a full-on conspiracy podcast? I feel like anytime you get wealthy, affluent, like, usually white people, but obviously not in this case, but usually white people together that are completely out of touch from the average American or person's experience to talk about the world's problems, it is the perfect way to generate some of the most dumb takes ever that will leave you just enraged as an actually informed person who cares about the issues. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I'm glad we're able to get through a Joe Rogan segment without YouTube axing the stream. Hopefully the video gets to go up without any copyright issues. I was late, but it's been pretty good. Nice, nice. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Periwinkle43, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. It really means a lot and helps a lot. Said Zanhart. Simply Zanhart. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Periwinkle. Very kind of you. I didn't miss any Streamlabs donos, did I? No, I did not. Cool, cool. I'm going to update the dono goal really quick, and then I'm going to use the restroom. Because I've been drinking so much water to keep my lips from being dry that I have to use the restroom again. And my lips are dry, so the problem's just going to... They're just going to keep cycling into each other. I don't see either of them letting up anytime soon. Anyway, I'll be right back. Be patient. Guys, do you know technology is demons? I heard it on Joe Rogan. That is true. It was pretty predictable when you consider Joe Rogan was like the vaccine misinfo guy, the anti-vax guy. All it takes is one podcast dude just popularizing, you know, anti-vax ideology, and there you go. It can make a virus endemic forever as a seasonal flu, basically, that kills a lot of people. Yeah, we live in Hell World. We live in Hell World, for sure. For sure. You're not wrong there. But hey, if my streams are helping you get through your days in this Hell World and you want to support them, you can do so very easily and very quickly, just with a simple click of a mouse for completely free just by liking the stream. Every single thumbs up on all my videos, streams, VODs, whatever it may be, really does go a long way. They force YouTube to push my content in the algorithm more, so please leave a like. Engagement in lefty spheres is a lot lower than any other sphere of really any type of content, like especially in politics. So we are going to change that. We're going to make that change happen. Drop a like. I really appreciate it. If you want to go the extra mile and support me financially to help with the financial support of the channel and all of that good stuff and helping me reinvest that money into improving the content with new cameras and stuff like that and getting Quail for the Quail content, please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, buying merch to the Streamlabs link. Damn, I feel better after that burp. And, of course, so just joining my fan Discord. Tonight, by the way, guys, it is Friday. Tonight is the first watch party of the month. Next Friday is obviously going to be a call-in stream, just through and through, all a call-in stream. It's going to be great. But tonight is a watch party, and we are going to be watching Dune. I have never seen, and I know nothing about Dune other than sandworms, Timothée Chalamet, date palms, and deserts. And I know it's really good from what I've heard. So we're going to watch Dune 1, and maybe, because I know Dune 1 is quite long, like it's a Lord of the Rings level undertaking, depending on how we feel afterwards, maybe Dune 2, but maybe we make that its own whole watch party. But that will be in my Discord server. I was almost casted as an extra in Dune. Damn, you could have been like Moist Critical and ruined a scene. That'd have been dope. Like, for those who don't know, Critical was in one of the Hunger Games movies as an extra. I didn't know that, actually. Yeah, he made a whole video about it. He, like, shows what scene he's in and stuff, and he talks about, like, the behind the scenes of what he was doing and whatnot. I want to pet a sandworm? I don't think you do. I know a bit about Dune, and I know it's that you... I know one thing. You don't want to fuck with the sandworms. I know they're a big deal. I know they're not friendly. You don't want to play with those. You don't want to touch them. You don't want to get their worm...
Wow. 3 months ago.
Whoa! You don't want to get their worm sand on you. It's gross. You don't know whose voice that was. You don't know. You don't know. You couldn't guess. You couldn't figure it out. You never would. You never would. You never could. It's impossible. You don't know who that was. You didn't get spoiled. There was no spoiler. You didn't hear that. Nope, you didn't hear it. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear nothing. Oh, I know about spice, too. I don't know what it is. I imagine it's like a drug or like a fuel or like you know, some sort of valuable material. But I know it's a thing. I know spice is a thing. And I know it's a thing in Star Wars, too. So I wonder if Star Wars was referencing Dune. Because I know Dune predates Star Wars. Interesting, Kamchia. Yeah, I'd never heard of Dune ever in my life until the announcement of the first movie. I'm not even joking. I'd never even heard of it a single time till they announced that first movie. It felt like it was a franchise that, like, everyone's a fan of that just evaporated into thin air, or devaporated? I don't even know what the term is for that. Just, manifested itself out of nowhere. Like, it didn't exist until I found out about it for the first time when they announced that movie. 40K rips off Dune a lot? Wow. Interesting. Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Have you guys seen that new bizarre conspiracy theory from conservatives on Twitter claiming that there aren't any babies anymore? I wish I had one of those tweets on hand. If anybody has one, or like a compilation of those tweets that they want to drop in chat and at me, then definitely consider doing it, because some people in chat clearly have not seen them, but they're on Twitter, and they're becoming quite popular, where people are making tweets like, when was the last time you saw a pregnant woman or a newborn baby? And it's like this weird insistence that nobody has seen a heavily pregnant woman or a noticeably pregnant woman or a newborn baby in like years or something. And so there's this claim that no one is having babies, like literally, that they're extinct now. And they're literally making it up into a big conspiracy that babies aren't real. Unironically. My cousin had a baby, they don't care. They'll say you're lying. They're conspiracy theorists. Any information they seek out is only to validate the conspiracy theory they want to be true. You've seen flat earthers. Like, do you really, like, when there are people like that, you know there are people out there that just don't care about the truth. I've seen pregnant women and babies in medicine. Yeah, but like I said, they don't really care. They don't care. They're just looking for confirmation bias. Regardless, though, apparently Tim Pool is kind of playing into that conspiracy a little bit, but maybe not as hard, with this interestingly titled clip from his Timcast show, podcast, whatever you want to call it, that came up in my recommended of all things. Society is convincing people not to have kids. This world is moving on without women. So apparently this is going to be a video, I guess, trying to frame the idea that women are empowered to, like, pursue careers and live their own lives as men have their whole lives. That somehow that means, without being broodmares, the world will move on without women, with this weird, subtle implication that women are so useless without their reproductive abilities that, you know, the world would just move on without them, despite their massive contributions to the economy, and, like, being over half the population, and, like, being the primary caregivers for most children, and, like, being the primary people working in jobs like teaching and stuff like that, and nursing and stuff like that. Yeah, but, you know, apparently society is moving on. The world, is moving on without women if they're not being used as broodmares. So let's find out how feminism is actually bad for women. Argument number 5,622,823,000,000.
Months ago. 3 months ago, the Guardian. This is 3 months ago. Wow. More people not having children due to climate.
You know, I feel like Tim Pool should have never removed the beanie. I feel like if he maintained that sort of double D from Ed, Edd and Eddy mystery around what's under his beanie, it would be like this eternal question that would always keep people watching, with, like, this sole desire to just see what the fuck is under there. But he's posted it. Had he never done that, it could have been this, like, literally never fulfilled mystery, like Double D and Ed, Edd and Eddy and what's under his hat. I miss 2014 politics. Looking back at even, like, 2020 politics, which even then I was looking back at 2014 politics and missing it. I miss the politics of back then. I think the fact is that the political issues of the past are so done and settled. It feels so so much like you could just go back in time and smurf that era of politics very easily. Like, anyone feels like that with, like, past eras of political, like, culture war stuff, while the current stuff is just always developing and you always have to keep up, and it feels impossible to keep up with the talking points. And so whatever is happening now always feels less preferable to the political culture war points of the past. And I do think things have gotten dumber, but, you know, maybe it's nostalgia too. You're right. You might have a point, Lucky Otter. Maybe it's nostalgia. Actually, comment down below. I'm curious on this one. Do any of you guys ever feel nostalgia for eras of politics or anything having to do with politics? I definitely do feel some nostalgia for, like, like my early time in politics, mostly having to do with where I was streaming from, less so than, like, the streams and the, like, topics and the stuff like that themselves. Like, I more so have, like, nostalgic memories of streaming in certain places, and just, I don't know, they just kind of stuck with me for some reason. That aside, though, I'm curious. Say so in chat if you've got, like, any nostalgia around certain areas of politics, and comment it down below when this comes out as a video. Delancer says no. I'm curious, though. I'm going to read the comments in this one. Anyway, let's resume.
Climate breakdown fears finds research.
Really?
Yep. You want to spin the monitor?
That is just so hard to
The
believe that
Malthusians-
regular people are buying this.
I actually hear this a lot from people.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
they bring kids into this world because of climate change or, you know, monetarily. I had $200 to my name when we left the hospital with our first child. You just got, have kids.
Okay, that's not how raising children works. The idea of having $200 when you leave the hospital and just being okay is not how it works. There's a reason why food stamps exist and why social safety nets exist and why people with children can claim them as dependents and get tax benefits from it. Because raising children is expensive and hard. Are they actually trying to pretend as though adding an extra mouth to feed to your household is not a massive increase in cost? This is how disconnected you have to be, or pretend to be a conservative pundit. You have to unironically pretend as though adding an extra mouth to feed to your home does not immediately, massively increase your monthly living costs. I will say that when my mom comes to visit me, I pay for literally all the food. And oh my God, does the monthly grocery bill go up by a lot. It's more than by 100%. It's more than if there was just, like you would think, than for just one extra person living with you. Having just a single extra person living with you makes you spend so much more money on food. It adds complications. You have to buy formula. You have to buy diapers. You have to worry about medical emergencies. What if the baby gets sick? There are countless things to worry about. There always has to be a parent home able to be with the child, unless you can afford a babysitter, which many people are not in a situation where they have a parent or grandparent who can just always be there to take care of the baby when you go out to work, and you can have a two-income household with kids. Pretty hard to pull off. Like, let's not pretend like reality doesn't exist here, please.
Kids.
Listen.
Have kids.
Well, I hear people say things like maybe it's not the right time for us yet because we're not established enough or not. But I just
It's always the right time.
Even my extreme like leftist professor friends, they might pay lip service to what.
It's always the right time. Genuinely, these people want you to suffer for their political ideology. They genuinely want you to suffer for their political ideology. It's always the right time to have kids, is what that guy just said. These guys are desperate to increase birth rates. It's like, I saw a vid about how climate doomerism is mostly pushed by channels who used to push climate denial. It's possible, but, like, I haven't really looked into that, so I can't really say if that's true, like, factually. The thing about climate change right now is that we're already seeing it happen, but the way that it's happening isn't how conservatives have lied and said the left has said it will happen. Or I should say climate scientists will say it will happen. Let's look at some places that were built and just going back a couple decades ago were completely fine, even when big storms happened. Look what's becoming more common than ever. Well, I guess Here's a video of a tiger shark swimming through a Florida neighborhood after a recent flood because of a storm surge that happened. When the average sea levels rise, and you account for tides and storm surge and floodwaters in Florida, a couple inches of rising rising sea level means that all it takes is the few the few yearly storms like this that happen a year to literally destroy entire neighborhoods multiple times a year, which is literally what's happening now in Florida, in many neighborhoods coastally. Here's a fucking shark swimming through a neighborhood in Florida. This is a year ago. That's because it's connected to the ocean, by the way. Not because rainwater flooded. It's because it's connected to the ocean, and sharks were able to swim into the neighborhood. Oh, it's 2 sharks. Okay, it's not even just 1 shark, it's 2. Wasn't this fake? No. This happens all the goddamn time. Bull sharks literally swim up the Mississippi River like 1,000 miles inland to completely landlocked states. This is absolutely real. Sharks swim into flooded neighborhoods all the time. I witnessed this happen. I was literally made homeless because my neighborhood as a kid got flooded by a storm that was not... The neighborhood was not designed to withstand those kind of storms. Climate change did this. Now, right now, the big issue is, coastal neighborhoods in Florida get fucking wrecked when storms hit. The hurricanes hit a few times a year during hurricane season. It's a big problem. This is just the beginning. The scientists said it would be feet of rising sea levels, and that's a slow, gradual process. The point they were warning about wasn't in 50 years we're all going to be underwater. The thing they were warning about was in 50 years we're not going to be able to stop it. We've passed that point. It's not that we've passed the made up in 50 years we'll all be underwater argument. It's that we have passed the we can't stop it point unless we go fully carbon negative. That is to say, we are removing more carbon from the atmosphere each year than we are putting into it. We need to have a net negative carbon emission globally. It's not happening. It's not presently happening. So the problem's just getting worse. I'm not doomering. I am just simply being real here. I don't think most people who don't want to have kids aren't having kids because of climate change. I think most educated people who are aware of it know that the primary people who are going to be harmed by it are the very coastal living Americans and the people living in lower income areas, like very low income, by low income areas, I mean like the global south. I mean like developing nations, right? And farming is going to get fucked up pretty badly too, which is going to have some pretty drastic effects on food prices. But overall, you're not going to see like wealthy American cities flooding, especially not as you get inland. It's mostly going to be like the coast consumes a few feet, and it's going to be significant in some areas that are low-lying and flat, but in other areas it won't be as big of a deal. There are models and projections that very accurately show how this will happen. But it's a slow process. And right now, we really see the holy shit, my house is underwater part of that process happening during hurricanes. But I don't think most people who aren't having kids because they think climate change is going to end the world. I think they aren't having kids because having kids is expensive and a lot of responsibility. And frankly, this weird conservative notion that every human has a responsibility to procreate and have kids is partially what is guilting incels into believing they're failing as men or failing society by not having sex. A. And B, it's this weird idea that we as humans in a free country have to shackle ourselves with this burden of being forced to have kids and have that responsibility because it is supposedly an immoral, sinful, selfish, society-degrading act to just focus on yourself, enjoy life, and not have kids. You enjoying your freedoms is bad for society, according to them. And they are convincing you to tell other people that's the case too.
what you're talking about, but they still have the kids. But I don't know. Maybe you're right, and
Right.
maybe it'll maybe
Why?
in 5-10 years.
Question: Why are 16-year-old girls being put on birth control?
Well, I suppose because we generally don't want.
Because there are many 16-year-old girls who are sexually active, A, and B, because there are 16-year-old girls who are sexually assaulted. Like, because they're sexually active. What are you gonna do? Make it illegal for 16-year-olds to have sex? I'm pretty sure it already is, as far as I'm aware. At least all I know is when I was 16, I was pretty certain that if me and my girlfriend went and tried to have sex somewhere and a cop found us, it would be a problem. You know, like that was my knowledge of it. I don't know if it's illegal, but regardless, how would the cops enforce this? Like what? I don't even know what this argument is. What is he getting at here? Because 16-year-olds are sexually active, so they should have birth control, so they aren't having kids, unless Tim Pool thinks 16-year-olds having kids is good.
16-year-olds to be having children unless they're in an established lifestyle, right?
They probably shouldn't be having sex.
Right. So what's happening in our society where instead of, and I'm not saying
teen sex is down, by the way. Like, if you look at it from like even the last like 60 years that they've been tracking this, teen sex is literally down massively every decade. I think it might have had a spike in the 90s, but like especially since the 90s, it has been on a rapid decline. The idea that we're seeing this like insane rise in sexualization or sex activity among like teens is not true. It's just factually, statistically not true.
Abstinence-only education, but the question is, how do we become a society where we're like sex?
Abstinence-only education, hilariously, does not work. It also, not really hilariously, actually, very sadly, does very little to protect children from reporting and knowing when they have been sexually abused, and thus preventing it from happening to more children.
It's good, baby's bad. How about...
I'm just not sure that still has really... I understand that you've got left-wing publications like New York Times and activists, but I'm just not sure that really has actually...
Oh yeah, also tons of women take birth control because of hormone stuff. Like, not even because they want or need to control the ability to get pregnant, but because birth control is a medicine, and medicine isn't like magically ordained to have a single purpose and it only does that, and that's its only use. The medicine, like some birth control medications have other effects. Like, it's kind of like how Viagra is also a hypertension relief medicine, right? And it was originally developed, I believe, at least, that's what I was told originally, for women with heart problems. And then, the medical industry discovered that when men take it, it gives them, like, erections that last really long and don't go away. And we're like, oh, shit. Cha-ching, we can market this in two ways, as like a hypertension pill and as Viagra. Or as, what we know as Viagra, like a dick pill.
You may be right. I'm just not sure that real perspective is really filtered to normal people. Like, even my professor friends are having kids generally.
Sure, but
yeah.
like...
Yeah, it can be used by fighter jets to keep them from passing out from the G-force, I bet. Yeah, because it would increase blood flow. And that's literally, like, the G-force is literally keeping the blood from flowing through your body, and it knocks you out.
I have not heard from anyone. In fact, everything I've heard from everyone is that doctors immediately tell teenage girls, get on birth control. Stay on birth control.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess...
Well, especially because you never know if a 16-year-old girl is going to get sexually assaulted by a man or raped by a man and made pregnant. So preventing that in the first place, a horrible possibility of a very common, horrible scenario, is a good thing to prevent. Especially in a group that is already sexually active to begin with. 16 and 17-year-olds, while less sexually active than they ever have been before, ever in human history, are still sexually active. And so providing them with the tools and education they need to do that stuff safely is good. Rare take. Educating children on what they need to know for life is a good thing.
It's I guess the idea being that it's assumed that a large portion of horny teenagers are going to be having sex, and so how to mitigate that?
16 I get, but like, why are 18-year-olds? Why are they not having families? Why aren't they getting married?
Everything is being delayed though, and that's an interesting conversation.
Right?
To have,
Why?
Develop. I mean,
mind you, Tim Pool's gone on several rants about how he blames women for the fact that he's still single and doesn't have kids or a family. It's all women's fault. It's all women's fault. None of it's for him to blame. Feminism has ruined women, and that's why he can't find a girlfriend and why he hasn't had a family or kids. He has gone on multiple rants about this.
Well, and that gets over into Me Too, the way that we're infantilizing young women now. The idea that even if you're a woman of age, say we're talking about an 18-year-old, now, like Evan Rachel Wood.
Right.
I was just a child when we started dating at 18, 19, right?
Yep.
So
the concern I have for the mass medication of females through hormonal birth control is
that's a legitimate concern. No, it's a legitimate concern.
I mean, yeah, we're like, it has been societally decided that women should be hormonally altered at the earliest time possible post-puberty.
All right, Tim Pool, keep talking. Don't hold back. No filter. Let it all out. Keep talking. Let it all out. Don't hold anything back. Let that mask slip. Just keep talking. Hang yourself with your own rope.
It's been decided, I think. Well, what I would say, though, is that up until several decades ago, we did not have access to that technology. I think if you'd had women in the 1100s or whatever who had access to ways to not produce 15 kids, then you might have been having more people using it. Now, I totally agree.
No way.
You don't think that people would have used birth control if it had been available hundreds of years ago?
Absolutely not.
I think having kids was something big families.
Okay. On one hand, if you lived in a situation where having children would be disadvantageous to you hundreds of years ago, then you probably would take birth control if it existed. Yes, especially if you were like a dude or especially if you were a sex worker, the oldest profession in existence, you would definitely take it. Especially if you were a guy who wanted to have frequent, sleeping around without consequences, you would absolutely take it. They were using sheep stomachs as condoms back in the day, okay? They were willing to do... They were using, like, shit, literal crocodile shit, I think, as a spermicide in, like, ancient Egypt or something like that. That might be a myth, but I swear I've heard that. Okay, that's real? Okay, yeah, that's actually real. It's not a myth. They tried... for literally going back thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, it was a crock of shit and honey. Tens of thousands of years ago, they literally tried their best to make birth control happen because there were many cases in which they wanted to have sex for pleasure without getting anyone pregnant. Anal sex was popular because of this. Hell, many societies and cultures, such as, was it the Greeks, I think it was, literally loved anal sex among men because there was zero chance of getting anyone pregnant. It was as casual as it gets, And then, of course, there's the fact that, obviously, he's going to try to make the go-to argument of, back then, many people were serfs, they lived on farms, they were subsistence farmers, so they had to farm for a lord, and so they had to have as many workers as possible to get by, and so having a shitload of children was a good thing. But not everybody back then was a serf or a farmer. Many people would not be, especially, oh my god, the child mortality, the birth mortality rates were immense hundreds of years ago. Every time you had a kid, you were both rolling the dice on the mother dying, like a substantial amount of the time, and rolling the dice on the baby dying a substantial amount of the time. The idea that people would not opt to use birth control hundreds of years ago, batshit insane. Fucking bizarre, especially when they did try to have birth control back then. We know they did. They tried it. It was like very primitive versions of it, but they tried. They wanted it.
It's a product of the Industrial Revolution. There's a viral video right now where a guy's walking up to women and saying, "Do women need men?" And they all say no. Think about what the world would be like.
Yeah, you can find people who say stupid things.
Yeah, and men don't need women. Like, if I went in there and said, "Do men need women? Do men need women?" and they said yes, I would call them pussies if they admitted that they need women. That's some pussy-ass shit. If you are a man and you literally need a woman in your life to be functional, you are literally admitting to being a dysfunctional man-child who wants a mother, not a partner, okay? And a real man, can live by themselves, take care of themselves, and deal with their own shit. Most of the time. There's a difference between getting help and having your stuff handled for you. Same goes for a real woman, like, as far as, like, being grown up, being an adult, right? What is this idea that, like, women need men? That is, by definition, misogynistic. It's the argument that men are somehow more... They'll try to argue women need men and men need women, but because they'll try to, like, level it out in some way. But it's bullshit. It's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. When the mask comes off and they're not being challenged, they all go on about how men are special and specifically, guide women through life in some way. No. People are people. Let them have the free will in the freest country on earth to live their lives as they please, as men have for literally hundreds of years, and stop whining about it.
Of course. True, but how does the idea exist in any capacity? Go to the 1700s and ask a woman walking down the street by herself if she needs a man, and it's a ridiculous question.
Well, sure, yeah.
It's almost as if feminism has empowered women substantially, culturally demonized things such as rape, sexual assault, etc. People are generally more inclined to defend women when they see them be attacked or opposed upon. Like, it's almost as if feminism has had some positive impacts on the world, like women feeling safe to go out alone and live their lives. Of course, Tim Pool just indicated that women feeling safe to go out alone is a bad thing.
She's probably not going to be walking down the street by herself.
I'm not saying that attitudes are exactly the same, but I'm just saying that I think that, look, if you look historically at women, having 10, 11, 12, 13 kids or however many, I don't think that most women, given the option to do otherwise, would want to have that many kids. And so to me,
You're totally wrong. This is a product of modern sensibilities.
But I think...
I like how even she's just like, how do I save him from saying something so retarded? Because all these people are his yes men, and they have to pull him out of saying something too fucking dumb. And she just realized, how the fuck do I save him from this? He just keeps pushing. I keep giving him outs from this dumb take, and he keeps pushing.
I think that people were having children for a range of reasons in the past, but part of it was that that there weren't as many birth control options, and also because people needed, in agricultural societies, people to work the farms and so forth.
This may be apocryphal, maybe legend, but I've heard, Kurt, you might know this, in Sparta, the only way to get a headstone, if you were a man, was to die in war, and if you were a woman, was to die in childbirth.
I don't know that.
Otherwise, you...
I'm going to be honest. Ideas such as you have to fight in war to get citizenship or a headstone or whatever it may be, and to be a woman, you have to give birth, or hell, even in order to give birth, you have to get some kind of license. This is literally like the satire of fascist societies that we see on TV and in movies, okay? I don't agree with that. I don't like the idea of, like, barring people's rights behind, like, service to the military. That's not good. Mind you, these people would never advocate for something like this when it comes to gun ownership. These people are all against laws that lock certain firearms and certain firearms categories behind, like, oh, you've had to have served as a police officer in the military, and then you're able to, like, get a license to own this type of gun and buy it. They're all against those laws, but they're pretty in favor of laws like, you got to be a veteran in order to vote, or you got to be a veteran in order to do this or that. They love those ideas. They just want a fascist society. Mind you, Tim Pool, like 3 days ago, tweeted democracy should be illegal. Just flatly that.
You died in some unmiraculous way.
You're saying there used to be more respect for childbearing than there is now. And
we got to a point where there are so many humans, we do not... The risk of extinction is rooted in...
Wait, okay. This is them having to balance between their two false conspiracy theories. The one in which, like, the birth rates are dropping dangerously low, and the one in which they claim we're dealing with overpopulation. Neither of these claims are true, and yet they have to, like, simultaneously be true for their conspiratorial worldview to work. Somehow we are both dealing with overpopulation and underpopulation. No babies are being born. I guess he's going to suggest he means white babies, though. Like, if I actually... Like, I could probably pin him down and he'd admit he means white babies. He's talking about the Great Replacement.
Overproduction and ecological collapse and not population decimation. But if you go back even a couple hundred years, the population of the United States at the time of the Revolution...
Also, we throw away, like, hundreds of millions of tons of food a year. That's, like, completely fine, but it doesn't look pretty enough to go on the shelves of grocery stores. So, like, the idea that any amount of, like, population boom will be a problem as far as feeding people, like, practically speaking, as long as cost isn't a problem and Republicans don't, ensure people starve, then no, there's no problem with overpopulation. We produce plenty.
Population was 5 million. It's 327 now. It's 600 some odd in Europe. There's no fear that humanity gets wiped out. Back then, you needed to have kids. It was just like the people.
Did you guys know that back then you had to have a lot of kids so they could work the field so you wouldn't make it because you had a lord you had to serve, and if you didn't give them enough bushels of wheat, they would flog you in the town square? Did you guys know that? Oh my god, I've played a video game that takes place in medieval times. Did you guys know this basic pop culture reference fact that everybody knows about, like serfs and lords?
That's what he's going to do. Every bit of, Tim Pool's commentary is either a batshit made-up conspiracy theory or a pop culture reference. He's literally made Marvel references when talking about politics.
If you go back to when humanity actually faced real survival challenges, and maybe even not 200 years, because 5 million people is very unlikely to see an extinction event happen. But
okay, Tim, every birth was rolling the dice on death for both the baby and you. You had as many kids as you could have to keep, your line going and to keep useful hands around. Having too many kids, though, risked losing a hand and losing a kid so that you basically would lose 2 people for no reason. So no, the logic was not have as many kids as possible back then. Not even back then was that the case. Husbands loved their wives and worried about them dying during childbirth back then, believe it or not. Misogyny was a thing, and it was a problem, and there were a lot of horrible things, but husbands did love their wives back then and did worry about them not surviving childbirth. That was a thing.
But it could, through, plague or something.
Believe it or not.
The people who chose not to have kids ceased to exist. And the people who chose to have children succeeded and had more and more families. So the evolutionary pressure has always been on maximum.
Okay, then in that case, if the people who don't want to have kids will Darwin themselves out of society, and the people who want to have kids will repopulate society and become the dominant part of the human species, and it will just natural selection itself out, then what's the problem then? It's a self-fulfilling problem in Tim Pool's worldview then.
Amount of children. If that was not the case, women would ovulate once a year or once every other year.
I understand biology, and I understand you're talking about large.
So Tim Pool's trying to argue that the point in which women start ovulating and how often they ovulate is an indicator of how often they should be reproducing. So for one, there are women who have their first period at 12 or 13, so that is disgusting for Tim Pool to suggest, on one hand. And women ovulate monthly, normally. And there are many women who have abnormal reproductive cycles. So it's what the fuck? I don't even, this is insane. This is literally did he not take a 3rd grade health class? Literally Avalon of Babylon. Literally no 3rd grade health class knowledge to be found here.
Trends and so forth. But I just don't think that when a woman, whether we're talking about past or present, when a woman thinks about how many kids I want to produce, that she's generally thinking about these larger demographic or evolutionary concerns. I think it's actually a very personal thing. And I think up until recently, there just wasn't as much access to various methods of birth control, whether we're talking hormonal or not.
I think that's a product of.
She's completely right, by the way. This lady has the most correct opinion and is trying her best to give him an out so that he can agree with her and they can have a compromise position and he can look less stupid.
The Industrial Revolution.
I mean, that definitely, yeah, of course.
He always, in any topic, by the way, gets hooked on a certain point and he never drops it. And this point, it's the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Simultaneously, climate change is not real and not a problem, but also the Industrial Revolution is awful and started all the woke evil shit that's destroying our society. But not climate change. That's not real. Ignore any graphs that show the massive spikes in carbon dioxide levels in our atmosphere coinciding directly with the start of the Industrial Revolution. Ignore all that. That's nothing to do with that.
So, and this is considered to be academically true, that the washing machine, the microwave, the convection stove, these are the things that reduced the birth rate. Because it used to be a function of, if we want to survive, we need a family.
Right.
2 people cannot survive on their own.
These technologies were made via research for NASA. What the fuck is he talking about? microwaves, Velcro, like the induction heating, these were all made by NASA for space travel. Like, pretty much anything that is space-age technology back in the 70s and 80s that we have today was developed for space travel. Or based on technology developed for space travel. Like, hell, even Keurigs are a more modern example. The powdering and dehydrating of the coffee and hot chocolate and stuff is how they prepare that shit for space travel. Actually, now they more often do it in pouches in liquid form, but I imagine they're going to start moving into the powder form now more because it's lighter. But the same amount of water would still have to be brought up, so I don't know. Maybe they just keep it in the liquid form. Who knows what NASA will do with that. But yeah, like, it's wild to me. He thinks that, like, microwaves exist because families? They exist because NASA.
Right.
Have kids. It takes a community, or what is it? Is that what it takes? It takes a neighborhood or something to have a kid. And then you need more people to do work. If you stop having kids, you will die. You will cease to exist. So sure, if you go back 400 years and there's a woman who was saying things like, I think I only want to have one.
Okay. We live post-industrial revolution. We don't need to have a lot of kids. There's no necessity for it, okay? People are not going to do it if there's not a necessity for it. It's as simple as that. It's interesting how these people who are so desperate to argue the right is the party in favor of freedom, the group in favor of freedom, are also the ones just honestly to your face saying we need to control people and force them to do things they don't want to do, like have children. Absolutely wild. Remember, guys, Tim Pool thinks democracy should be illegal. Alrighty. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. I feel like it came out really good. What do you guys think? I feel like that was a good one. It was good, serviceable, pog, nice. Here, really quickly, all this water I'm drinking to keep my mouth from drying out is going right through me, so I'm going to go to the restroom again. And I think I can do one more segment before I need to take a food break, and I've got to eat, and we like watch something while I eat, and then we get back to topics, because my tummy is a-rumbling. I am quite hungry. But I will be back, chat. Be patient. I know. I know. I hate that I have to succumb to my bodily needs. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like when I'm on stream is when I'm the most hydrated, like, of my entire day. Because I'm just constantly sipping water to keep my mouth, like, moist. Because it gets dry from talking constantly. And I end up going through water really fast just from taking constant small sips. Sipping beer, to be fair. Well, I'll make you have to go to the bathroom way more often. That'll get you. That'll get you. I tell you what. War Penguin, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I won't say that word again, Grungehead. Thank you for the $2. I really, really appreciate that. Very kind of you, War Penguin. Very based, very pog. Says, hey, nice. Oh, you got it to 69. I see. I see. I see. You wanted to make the number the funny sex number. Oh, I get it. It's the funny sex number. You clever. Ooh, War Penguin, you clever motherfucker. Okay. Anyway, if you enjoy my content and you like my streams and you want to support me so I can keep on making this content, making these streams, consider dropping a like. Those thumbs up, they just take a half a second to drop. They're completely free and they really help the channel a lot. It's not monetary, but it pushes my content in the algorithm to way more people, and it really helps me more than anything else you could possibly do. But even if you're just here chilling in chat, I really do appreciate it. Even lurkers help. And of course, for those of you guys out there who want to support me financially directly, you can do so, and it will be greatly appreciated because it will contribute to the Quail goal, us trying to, do the Quail arc this coming spring, getting a new camera for it, buying the coop, the incubators, the eggs, the food, all that good stuff. Through donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying some merch through the Streamlabs link in the description. And you can also just join my fan Discord, because tonight after stream, we're going to be doing a big ol' watch party, a big ol' movie night event. And we're going to be watching the first Dune movie, maybe Dune 2, depending on how I feel. And how, people are feeling. Like, if a lot of people leave by the end of the movie because, people are getting tired and all that, maybe we probably don't do the second one. But if a lot of people are there and it's popping off, maybe we do Dune 2. If I'm feeling it. Maybe. It just hit theaters. Well, there are ways. There are ways, chat. There are ways. There are ways, chat. Don't deny it. You know there's ways. Hey! I'd say that, Sir Ugma. How could you accuse me of such a horrific thing? No, I would never do something like that, Sir Ugma. Why would you say that? I wouldn't even suggest such a thing. I would never. God. Pirating software. It's demonic. Evil, even. Straight to hell. I would never. God. Who does that? Yeah, literally stealing. It's like stealing a car. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't download a car, would you? Okay. Let me bring up the next topic. Oh, this is a good one. No way. Man, fuck Twitter. No shot. Are you serious, dude? Holy shit. The tweet I was gonna cover for this topic is taken down. No. No. It was a tweet with a collection of TikToks I was gonna cover. The crazy right wing. I don't even know the guy's name. I just saved it and did not look any further at it. There's no way back. There's no getting it back. No. It's Twitter. There's no getting it back. It's gone forever. That topic's absolutely scrapped. Damn. Fuck, it was a friend of mine who posted and deleted the tweet too. It wasn't taken down, it was deleted. I'm gonna message that friend like, hey, you tweeted something today that I saved. for the sake of being a segment, and by the time I did my stream, you deleted it. That really fucked me. Screw you. You know? Fuck. Oh, man. It was the crazy divorced Redpill TikToker thing. It was 4 TikTok clips. Nope, no web archive. That won't exist. It's Twitter, guys. Guys. Don't talk out your ass. Web archives don't exist for Twitter anymore. God, my nose needs to chill. It does not. There's no reason for a ditch like this. All right. Well, that's an entire topic stricken from the list for today. Seriously, guys, trust me. Tweets don't get archived. It's the Wayback Machine won't work. Because Elon Musk locked down Twitter, so you have to have an account to even look at tweets. It's really fucked. Larry Banks. I would literally not be able to stream for a living, for one, because I wouldn't be able to prepare for streams frequently enough in order to stream frequently enough to stream for a living. Okay? I could not download every video I'm going to cover. What are you talking about? That takes, like, I'd have to download every video I'm going to cover. I could never do that. That's not a thing, no. This is a 1 in a billion thing, okay? No, that's a very dumb suggestion. No. 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 Canova Kingomon, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Unless it's more. Let me know if it's more. I don't want to undercredit you, obviously. Said, been enjoying the content. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. I am appreciating my chat's generosity today. Thank you. I came here just for that topic. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dark Brandon. I was excited for it too, but you know how it happens. Does your friend remember the links? I'm not gonna message somebody. I'm not gonna message somebody right now. You should always download it, talk about on stream, then delete it. No, Larry Banks, that would take hours of prep time, and I wouldn't be able to stream often enough to do this for a living. No, Larry Banks, I wish you would just listen to me and understand that is a very bad, very dumb idea. I don't even have the space on my computer to hold the like storage. Every single stream, my VODs or my like recordings for the segments fill up my storage space right almost to the brim. It's why I have to limit my streams to 6 hours. I have to be able to afford a new PC to do longer streams with more segments. No. I don't even know his name, Avalon of Babylon. I don't even know his name. I literally saw the TikTok, the post from my friends of the 3 TikTok videos, clicked the first one, watched the first 10 seconds, saw how deranged it was, closed out of it, liked and retweeted it, like, all right, it's saved for later. It will be instantly findable. It is deleted. Please, chat, you gotta stop. You gotta drop stuff like this. When you're wrong, you gotta drop it when it's not like a political thing. I'm fine to argue with you guys about a political topic, but it is in no universe entertaining to argue with you guys about things you're objectively wrong about that have to do with, like, technology or something. We want to help. I appreciate that, but at the same time, every time I play a video game on stream and I'm like, hey guys, what do I do here? Chat, I'm stuck. What do I do here? Chat, what do I do here? Chat, could someone Google it for me? And, like, everyone chat's like, no, Google it yourself. And I'm like, fuck, man, you guys suck. But now, like, when I'm like, okay, guys, there's no fixing it. We just gotta move on. You guys are, like, insistent. No, you can actually do this. You could do that. You could do this. It's like, no. We're moving on. We don't know what to do. There's nothing to do. We're just moving on. We're moving on. All right, I'm gonna stricken that topic from the record. Let's check out what our boy's been up to lately. Don't worry, guys. I can still fill in some good improv segments. Man, Ben Shapiro's thumbnail game is not on point these days. Okay. Yep, this is the one to watch. This is definitely the one to watch. Alright. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast. Thank you all so much for your support so far, by the way, guys, even if you're just lurking. But hey, seriously, consider dropping a like. It really does help. It does. It really does. It really does. Hello, comrade. Dropping like really helps channel. Please do it. Please like the stream. Nah, lurkers help too. I like lurkers. Lurkers are okay. We don't hate the lurkers. Did you say that Joe Rogan became a conspiracy theorist because of lockdown? I mean, a lot of people got into it during the lockdown, but he really got into the harmful stuff with the anti-vax misinfo. That's kind of where, at least in my opinion, it really blew up, but he was always being like a transphobe, like dude bro chud before that. It just kind of, you know, they're classified on different levels, I think. Like, being transphobic is a very different kind of being stupid and crazy than being an anti-vaxxer in 2024. You know what I mean? They're both bad and stupid, but they're different, you know? Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright. I decided it's time for us to check in with our old pal, Ben Shapiro. Do you guys remember the rap he did with, what's his name? God, what was it? Tom McDonald, was it? Was it Tom McDonald he did the rap collab with? The conservative rap that actually topped the iTunes charts for like 3 days or something? Good God. Yeah, to be fair, iTunes is not that popular, so really not that surprising. Regardless, though, you know, was that fire? Do you think that could possibly be like what are the music awards? Grammys? Is that the Grammys, right? The music award. Do you think Ben Shapiro will win a Grammy for that one? I'm curious. Chat, do you think he'll win a Grammy for that one? When you're watching this video and it goes up as its own standalone video, comment down below if you think Ben Shapiro and Tom McDonald are going to win a Grammy for the masterpiece they put together. That collab rap, that collab gangsta conservative rap. Conservative gangster rap. Comment down below if you think they'll win a Grammy. Grammy for the worst song ever? Maybe. Anyway, Ben Shapiro's thumbnail game lately is not on point. If you don't believe me, look at his recent uploads. I'm not even joking. That was loud. Seriously, look at this. His thumbnail game is just not on point lately. The viewership is still okay, but like, man, this feels like there's been some kind of drop in quality. I don't know. Maybe it's just sort of making a formula of things. Maybe they're just experimenting. One's just like Ben. One of them is like this. I feel like the best way to do thumbnails on YouTube is in such a way where every thumbnail is its own work of art. Like, having a standardized brand in some of the recognizable features is fine, but really, like, making it so every one is a bit like an attempt at a work of art in a way is what I like to go for. Like, me and Ethan will sit in VC and come up with ideas for thumbnails, but I must say, these thumbnails do not have the sauce. They just don't have the sauce. What can I say?
These are not Trump thumbnails. I don't approve. These are not good thumbnails. Very bad thumbnails. These are not Trump thumbnails.
Anyway, Ben Shapiro uploaded a video the last, I don't know, like 14 days ago, 13 days ago, something like that, called LOL, Ben reacts, in all caps, to hilarious, in all caps, TikToks. I always love these videos where it's Ben attempting to appeal to the fellow kids, so I bet this is just going to be a perfect source of cringe. But for all we know, Ben might make an actual argument for us to respond to here, so let's go ahead and take a watch. I'm ready for some serious cringe. Hi there,
not
Joe.
Here right now, okay, gang? So now it's the Joe Biden show, starring me, Joe Biden. Okay, folks? Let's say hi.
Oh, I've got an even better meme. I've actually got a way funnier one because it's actually Joe Biden saying it. You want to know what Joe Biden has to say about Ben Shapiro? This is better. I like this because it's actually Biden saying it. This is Biden's opinion on Ben Shapiro.
What do you think President Biden placed in that? Do you think he placed it as a political liability?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
It's my favorite Biden clip and quote.
Hypothetically, I brought a whole bunch of TikToks with me today. Presumably, you would expect those TikToks to be reacted to. In this case, you would be right, folks, because I'm gonna...
Hey, what are you doing in here?
Oh.
I thought I told you never to come back here. Get out. Shoo.
Gotta go.
Get
Hello, fellow kids.
out of here, you little rascal. Okay, so what's on the agenda today? TikTok reactions.
I hate that like these grifters have so much fucking money and they run a company now, so they've got the money and resources for editing this high quality. Like, you have to admit, this is unironically high quality editing on par with like MatPat shit, like game theory. And that's a whole company with a whole team of people writing, editing, and producing. So it gives you an idea of the scale, or beyond the scale, that the Daily Wire has reached. And they're just a bunch of conservative dumb fucks who just make culture war content and make, at this point, probably tens of millions as a company per year. Well, also they've got Bent Key. They've started their own media subscription service with like shows and stuff like that that are like, they have probably billions behind them at this point, considering they're probably funded by oil tycoons or something.
Who's producing the show today?
Do you consider yourself a Christian?
I believe in God.
Let me ask you a question. Do you wear your cross while you're engaging in producing porn or OnlyFans content?
I always wear my cross.
You always wear your cross?
I never take it off.
Do you think that God approves of you doing porn, basically?
Yeah, it's not hurting anybody. I do it very safely.
Do you think God wants you making porn?
God said that he loves everyone.
Okay, I have a question. If God wants you...
The Sigma audio. Yeah, for those who don't know, TikTok and YouTube Shorts is absolutely filled with, like, this is the Whatever podcast. It's like the current Andrew Tate podcast. Like, Andrew Tate's kind of fallen off with the fact he's got, like, so many pedophilia charges. So, basically he's, child sex trafficking charges. Yeah, so, like, the Whatever podcast is, like, now the Redpill podcast. So yeah, they do the whole like bring on some women, usually sex workers, and berate them for a while. Now, I would like go on here like defending this lady or whatever, like my lady, must simp for my lady or whatever. But all I'm going to tell you all is that several of these women have gone on record to show the increase in their earnings after going on the Whatever podcast, the girls that do OnlyFans and stuff like that. They all see increases by hundreds of %. Sometimes thousands of %, depending on their starter size when they got on the podcast, of subscriptions and income to their OnlyFans accounts after appearing on these podcasts. All they've got to do is go on there, endure being called a whore for a couple hours, and all the horny dudes who pretend to find them hideous for those hours will come and fork over tens of thousands of dollars in a month. And they'll become frequent revisitors like monthly revisitors to the podcast, and they'll gladly accept them back on because they want women to be able to sit there looking pretty for sex appeal, A, and to receive the misogynistic abuse that they can, you know, clip out and add some like Sigma audio over and make sound like, oh yeah, epically owning these women, epically owning these whores, yeah. But they're getting that bag. That's why they're there, is because they're getting that bag. They wouldn't be there if they weren't.
To be a porn star.
She's just
What do
getting
you
that
think
bag.
Satan wants?
Satan? What does Satan want?
To stop doing what I do, I guess.
Satan wants you to not do porn, and God wants you to do porn. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Super Satan?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it turns out that what you learned at your left-wing church about how God loves you no matter...
Your left-wing church where they tell you God loves you and Jesus will... Yeah, okay, very good. Yes, the left-wing churches. I see. Now, when it gets to the point where you can out-religion them, when you can point out, hey, it's not very Jesus-like to hate people for immutable characteristics and for just living their lives harmlessly, they say, well, yes, in your snooty liberal ivory tower coastal churches, you know, it's like, okay, dude. All right, so now it's like you just don't like... They're worshiping the wrong Jesus, the wrong God, the wrong Christianity, the wrong Judaism.
Matter what?
I believe in the non-binary God.
God loves you, but he doesn't love what you're doing very much.
Okay, Ben, you know God is non-binary by definition. You know that's the case, because God is everything and everyone is written in the Bible. We're made in his image. He doesn't, like, God isn't said to look like a man or look like a woman. He's made to approximate human, just human, broadly. Like, we're made to look like him. Like, we say he, but, you know. And the pronoun he is used because it's the more dominant pronoun. But, like, God isn't constrained to that, like, by definition. Like, does he think that God was, like, born out of a vagina and had an assigned gender at birth? That's not how it works. Not to mention, isn't God supposed to exist in everything and everyone? Like we are all partially him. Like, it's Christianity is like some of the most hippie shit ever as well. But I guess Ben will just be like, no, you're supposed to just read the parts where it tells you that gay people are bad, and like Sodom and Gomorrah got like absolutely glassed and it was awesome.
True in 98% of all circumstances.
Why do you hate Elmo so much? He's a cringing little milksop of a puppet. I like the Jim Henson puppets. They all had an edge. They were
okay. This is good. I actually do like this. The recent Jordan Peterson Elmo meltdown. I heard about this. I haven't seen it. I've been wanting to see it. This actually is funny. Unironically, this is hilarious.
Funny. Jim Henson was funny. He was a terrible stoner, and you could tell that in Sesame Street.
Yeah, you could.
We used to sit around when I was a teenager and get.
I swear, man, they're making these women in factories somewhere.
I like the Jim Henson puppets. They all had
probably Russia.
They were funny. Jim Henson was funny. He was a terrible stoner, and you could tell that.
Where in Russia are they making these women? Like the blonde conservative bimbo, like archetype. It's somewhere in Russia. I swear to God, there is a factory where they're making these women like Terminators.
That in Sesame Street.
Yeah, you could.
We used to sit around when I was a teenager and get stoned and watch Sesame Street. I mean, nobody could invent the Count who hadn't smoked like 8 pounds of weed.
Oh, man. Little known fact is that Jordan actually was the voice of Kermit the Frog.
So, and can you even clean up your own room?
It's actually not true, but Ben Shapiro made the joke, so now it's dead.
No.
Real reason I've only had 4 albums, and I don't think that many people know this. They might know that I have a child and that I'm my mum, but my son is 11 years old, right? So if you do the math, that means that right at the height of 21, I can only call it pandemonium because that's how it felt to me. Overnight, it was like I was famous. It was the strangest, most surreal experience of my life still to this day. I fell pregnant. And to many, that would be, and it was, considered career suicide. However, always one to go against the grain. It was there.
Oh, wait. Hold on, are we gonna watch, like, we just got out of a segment where, like, Tim Pool's talking about how society is discouraging people from getting pregnant and having children, raising kids, and starting families. Now we're gonna see Ben Shapiro, I guess, try to shame this lady, I suppose, for talking about how she is having a baby and doesn't care if it, like, ruins her reputation.
And then I chose to reject the scare.
Ben changed shirts. I guess this is multiple shoots. He's literally wearing an earpiece, is at a desk in an office building for his, like, corporation, his media corporation. He's, like, probably changing out between suits and, like, shooting in, like, 5-minute blocks. Like, he probably makes his own schedule, like, shoots in 5-minute blocks, gets up, gets some coffee, chills out for a while, changes shirts. Like, who cares? Yeah. These guys have it made. They don't care. They're living the fucking high life, guys. These guys are living it big.
Scarcity of success and the idea that you have to be constantly relevant to be successful. And that perhaps, just maybe, I could be a hit both on and off the stage. And you'll never guess what? Got away with it.
Let's see Ben be against pregnancy and families now.
Because of all the sacrifices that the women before me have made, it's because of them that I have every right to be the boss at work and the boss at home. So thank you.
Yes, women can have both career and children. You are going to have to make sacrifices.
I'm sorry, little one.
Well, she's literally saying right now that the reason why she is able to be pregnant and at work is because progressive movements have passed laws that reduce discrimination of pregnant women and single mothers, or just mothers outright working. A lot of employers think, oh, I don't want a mother or soon-to-be mother working for me because that's going to fill up her plate and she's not going to be willing to work overtime or might be late or miss hours and stuff. There are many points, and I know this because my mom raised me a single mother who kind of had to lie about being a single mother a lot when it came to certain jobs, because certain jobs that might reduce the chances of getting hired. She is very punctual and would never have been late for work and would never have let it get in between work and would have never let work get in between, like, making sure I was okay. But people don't know that. People won't assume that. It still happens, but she is making a speech. That's how speeches work. She's thanking those that came before her. I don't care about the Marvel meme.
To raise your children, because time is not infinite. But I'm glad that people like Adele exist who say that it's important enough to raise your child properly that you are willing to take a bit of a delay.
At White House Senior Living, our residents feel right at home. Our
this is a good
facility offers delightful activities and outings.
Okay. My favorite thing about the Biden old thing is that Donald Trump is literally 3 years, or is it 4 years? It's either 3 or 4 years younger than Biden. And when asked about Trump's age, people say they're less worried about Trump's age and don't consider it a concerning factor because Trump's personality makes him seem like he's young, childish, and has stamina. Trump being so childish and dumb makes him come off as younger and less like an old man and makes him almost seem like he's got stamina and energy that Biden doesn't have. So even though he is literally as old as Biden, and they are both above the average human lifespan in America, for men at least, they don't, like, Trump doesn't get the same shit. There were no memes from the right about how old Trump is, when the same claim applies to both of them. Plus, Trump constantly forgets stuff, swapping names, swapping dates. He recently said that one of the big reasons why they lost the Revolutionary War, quote unquote, or was it the Civil War? I forget what. It was either the Civil or Revolutionary, one where we did not have planes. He said they stormed the airports. It's like, he was talking about a war before there were planes, way before. It was the Civil War, thank you. He said, they stormed the airports in the Civil War. Like, how has he not got dementia if Biden does? The fact is, especially the president, has a lot of cameras on them. When they gaffe or misspeak, people are going to freak out about it for no goddamn reason.
O'clock professional care and exquisite house-made meals.
Well, I've been eating everything that's put in front of me. I've been eating all Italian foods, basically.
And ice cream.
And ice cream, chocolate chip ice cream.
White House Senior Living, where residents feel like presidents.
That's so good. Wow. Oh, and so terrible at the same time.
I'm gonna start the show.
I just realized Ben Shapiro hasn't actually had any commentary so far. Like, really? At all?
By telling you a story about a guy that goes to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, you never believe what happened to me. My son left the house and became a Christian. The rabbi said, shh. Never believe what happened to me. My son left the house too and became a Christian. So what do? We pray to God. They prayed to God and God said, you never believe what happened to me.
That is actually clever. That is clever. I saw it coming whenever, like, he said they called God. I expected that, so that's actually pretty funny. You know, from an actual comedian, not Ben Shapiro, or like any other conservative pundit that calls themselves one. Obviously, it's kind of funny.
That's a good bit.
Who do you think would win in a fight between Conor McGregor and Mike Tyson?
I'm going to have to go with Conor because he's Irish, though.
All right, tell him.
That is objectively good. That is objectively funny. Honestly, yeah, no, Conor McGregor probably, well, Mike Tyson's old, that's the big thing. The problem is Mike Tyson beats the shit out of people on airplanes and in public when they piss him off, and he bit a guy's ear off. Mike Tyson will kill you. So it's like, Conor McGregor is pretty good at fighting and he's younger, but he's also not really that good anymore. He's actually like dropped from his peak. And he's also like smaller than Mike Tyson. And I don't know if he's like kill you fucking crazy. He's just a shit talker. So I honestly think Mike Tyson would probably just rip Conor McGregor a new asshole. That would be my answer. I turn around and Conor McGregor's right behind me.
I feel like if you get hit up beside the head that many times, it kind of makes you a little bit crazy, but it's still very entertaining to watch, you know?
Mike, what do you think? Are
This
you
is
crazy?
good.
I think my God, what the Do you think you and your
The mix of emotions has got to be wild.
Mike Tyson now?
Yeah, I'd give it a go.
Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Mike Tyson versus Butterbean. Mike Tyson's face tattoo.
Dude, I want to do that with a bear. Like, ask random dudes on the street, like, hey, do you think you could win a fight with a grizzly bear barehanded? And they'd be like, yeah, man, I totally could. I think I probably could. Be like, all right, let's go. You versus grizzly bear. And they turn around and I just got a fucking grizzly bear. That would be a good video.
I think
I didn't expect to actually see some good memes out of this. Good collecting. Ben Shapiro.
Ugly.
Do you see any possibility?
I wish somebody would slap me in my face.
He's like the friendly weed smoking grandpa.
So you see him as a sweet old man.
No.
Would you rank him as the greatest athlete of all time?
No. Is Mike Tyson here? No. Yes, he's the greatest athlete of all time.
That lady had a sense. That lady had like a fucking sense. Who would ever think like, is he here? Like, that lady had a sense. She knew that danger was near. She could fucking sense that shit. She had that femtuition, yeah.
She saw that one coming. Wow.
People don't think I want to be married. I absolutely want to be married.
I know we got the Sigma music.
You know the secret, which is that I'm actually fairly well adjusted. And I so badly want to get married. If only for my wife to just know in her heart, like John will know what to do. I just think that level of being relied on is the hottest thing in the world. Like to me, like it's like.
Once again, nothing against it if this is your thing. Kind of sounds like a kink to me, like kind of like breeder kink or whatever. And we don't kink shame unless it's feet or poop or pee. Yeah, those are pretty much my limits. Feet, poop, and pee. Those are the kinks that I will shame. But outside of that, yeah, we don't kink shame. This sounds sweet, honestly. Like if this is your preference, there's no problem with that. we're all in favor of people having the freedom to choose what they want to do with their lives. If they want to have kids at 21 years old, and they can, I mean, they should only do it if they can, but it's their choice. They can make the bad decision if they want to, but ideally, we would make it such that it wouldn't be a bad decision. They would be supported. Ugh. Oh my God. Ugh. Jesus. Here, let me go blow my nose really fast. My nose is dripping. I really need to buy some more tissues because I literally have to run to the sink to blow my nose every time I have to sneeze. And that one snuck up on me. Like, I really did not see that sneeze coming. It was just like not there 1 second, and then I was sneezing the next.
If my husband was here, he would know what to do. Call John. Call my husband. I just think, and by the way,
that means you're a caretaker. At heart, you're a caretaker.
Yeah, my nose ran. I had to catch it.
When this is your romantic fantasy, you're a fully fledged grown up.
Your kink is that you want somebody to be like,
wait, yeah, she literally calls it out. Literally, it's a kink. It's actually just straight up kink. Like a lot of these people who are super into the whole marriage, babies at whatever age, it's literally a kink. And the fact they want to push it on minors. Every conservative accusation is a confession. That's all I'm saying. It keeps on being true.
John's got a guy.
Reliance kink? Oh my God. Dependability kink? Yes.
Yeah, what's hilarious about this is that she's fine with this, but most feminists are like, you want me to rely on you? That's terrible. It's because you hate women. No, actually, one of the ways that men actually measure respect is if their wife relies on them for certain things.
That's
I'm a normal
crazy.
teacher, so of course I make sure my classroom has all necessary supplies. I'm an underworker, so of course I make sure all the humanitarian aids goes to those who really, really need it.
Yay, pro-Israel memes? Question mark? Okay. Okay. Sponsor. Oh, let's see what sponsor was behind this video. Who's sponsoring Ben Shapiro these days?
Their money over there. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, if you're struggling with collections, medical bills, credit cards, or personal loans, you need to check out PDS Debt. PDS Debt is an innovative one-stop shop to guide you on your journey to freedom from debt. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to becoming...
Man, you just know, like, it's mostly boomers that watch this shit if these are the ads he's getting, but he's trying so hard to appeal to the Zoomer audience, and it's just not working. Poor Ben. Dude, I genuinely wonder how effective this whole reacting to funny TikToks, and a few of them are right-wing propaganda mixed in, videos are gonna do for these figures, but it's a pretty effective strategy. Maybe I should get into it. Like, find someone that can categorize, like, a bunch of TikToks together or YouTube shorts together. Some of them are just genuinely funny, and some of them are, like, you know, adjacent to political left-wing stuff, and just put it out as, like, reacting to funny TikToks. Market it as that. Kind of bring people in like Ben does. That could be funny. Is necrophilia a kink? Well, no, like the end of that word says, it's a philia. Yeah, it's a philia much like pedophilia. Or ephebophilia. They're philias, not kinks. Because philia is implied there's something wrong with you to have that desire. Anyway, I don't know how you guys got onto that from Ben Shapiro, but I don't know. Maybe Ben Shapiro secretly likes to fuck corpses, and you guys know about it, and I don't. You know, comment down below if you think it's true. You know, comment down below if you think Ben Shapiro fucks corpses. I wouldn't do that, though. Maybe don't use that exact wording. Maybe word it a little softer. You know, just say maybe, yes, I think Ben Shapiro mayhaps lays with the dead. Alrighty. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, the dryness is characteristic with what he likes, yeah. Yeah, he likes the dryness, true. True, they're nice. The really, like, old ones that have dried out. You know, like, kind of jerkied. Like a jerkied corpse. A jerkied corpse makes Ben want to jerk. Anyway. Okay, chat. I have to run upstairs, put some food in the microwave, and then run back downstairs and find a video for us to watch while I eat. And then... and then we have to, like, get back to segments. Sound good? Sounds good. I will be right back. You've been so kind to be so patient. All right, food is in the microwave and will be ready in 4 minutes. So, I'm gonna turn on this heater. It's kind of cold in here, and that's kind of making my nose run a little bit. That's probably part of why I sneezed, is how cold it's gotten in here. Makes my nose want to run, and runny nose makes you have to sneeze, and then that makes it worse, and then all of a sudden your nose is just running for no reason, because it's cold. So, yes. We're back. Creepsis died for your sins. So I think what we'll watch while I eat between our segments will be Quail content. I think we'll watch some quail content. We're gonna learn some stuff about le quail.
A couple of months ago, I posted a...
Whoa, this looks recent. A year ago. Ah, interesting. This is from Wanted. Okay, this one has my attention. It's only 4 minutes long, so, you know, I kind of want to, you know, give it a minute so my food is done before we start it. Amon just dropped a new animation. Yeah, I know he did. We'll probably watch that at some point in the stream, maybe. Yeah, probably not as a segment, but we'll definitely take a look at it. Not while I'm eating, and not while we're waiting for it, because we don't have time, but definitely later on, like after I finish segments and all that. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, and you've liked the segments and you've enjoyed the content, please consider supporting the content so I could continue to make it. You can do so in a variety of ways. You can do so for completely free simply by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or for completely free dropping a like, but, you know, monetary support is good too. Did I say that donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub was free? I might have misspoken there. Regardless. You can also support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, and buy merch down below through the Streamlabs link in the description. And you should also consider joining my fan Discord, because tonight we are doing a watch party movie night in the Discord, in the Zan's Theater chat, of Dune, the first Dune movie. I am watching it 100,000% blind. I didn't even know Dune was a thing until they announced the first movie, and I know practically nothing about it. So I'm excited to watch it. That's what we'll be doing tonight. Hopefully, you'll join us. Alright, the food is probably done, so I'm going to run up and grab it really quick. And then we are going to watch this quail video, and you guys are going to get a peek at some of the stuff, you know, that we're going to learn as we do quail content. I'll be right back. A man's got to eat. All right. Food acquired. Quail acquired. Not really. We don't have quail yet, but we've got a quail video. That has been acquired. A quail video has most certainly been acquired. Let me find a place to set this down where I can... Okay, hopefully... Is there good? Can that fit there? Is that all right with you, gravity? Is that all right with you, physics? Laws of physics? You're not gonna fuck me here? All right, good. The laws of physics have not fucked me. Has there always been a quail on the starting soon screen card? I believe so, yeah. I think it was there when it got made. Stuff will get added to it over time. Soon. Once we do quail, will be the start of season... I believe it's season 6 of Xanderhall. is what it'll be. Let's watch.
A couple of months ago, I posted a video where I started my journey with Coturnix quails. A lot of time has passed since then, and I wanted to share with you my experiences with these birds to hopefully give you an idea of what you'll be getting yourself into. For this video, I'm going to mostly be comparing them to chickens, because in my eyes, chickens are the standard and everything else is an add-on or an afterthought. These birds are pretty quiet, especially when compared to chickens. Chickens are their own background noise. What I mean by this, just standing around for seemingly no reason. They'll make noise just to make noise. Just listen to them.
They're talking.
And now compare this to the quails. It's hard to even record them because the chickens are just so loud and drown out the quails. The males do crow, however, but believe me when I say that it's not that big of a deal. They're nowhere near as loud nor as iconic as roosters, so even if your neighbors heard it, chances are they'll just think it's a wild bird and go about their day. Hear for yourself. The food situation with the quails is a bit of a mixed bag. On the one hand, they do eat less than chickens, but on the other hand, you can only feed them very specific food. In my opinion, one of the biggest reasons to keep chickens is that they aren't picky and will eat any of your leftover food scraps. Quails are just too small to do any of that. Their beaks just can't handle anything smaller than crumbles. I never knew this, but quails drink water like they're fish or something. Every other day, I need to refill this big hanging waterer of theirs because it just runs out. It's not like they're sick or anything. They bounce around, eat, and
they're really messy. They're spilling the water.
Poop just like they should. They just love water for some reason. To put this into perspective, we leave this pot out for the chickens to drink. Assuming they don't just turn it into a toilet, I only need to clean and refill it once a week, maybe twice in the hot summer months. On the topic of cleaning and refilling, wow, are they messy eaters. It's almost like they'll only eat what's in their dish. This at face value doesn't seem like too much of a problem, until you realize that they love to scratch at their food, even if it's all made of the same thing. It's like when your cat meows for food when its bowl is still very much full of dry food, so you shake the bowl a little bit and suddenly the dry food turns into a gourmet meal. The chickens aren't innocent of this crime either. They scratch at their food just as much as the quails. What the chickens have going for them is that they'll eat whatever, wherever, and whenever. An egg is an egg as far as I'm concerned. Only thing I did notice, however, is that the quail eggs are so brittle. It's not like they're thin or anything. I mean, brittle. When I try to crack them open, so many tiny fragments drop into the bowl. Maybe I'm just using them wrong, or my quails are just some weird freaks with extra.
You cut them. There's a special, thing of scissors you use that basically lobs this little top bit off where there's an air bubble. And then you just pour the yolk out along with the whites. You just kind of snip, 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 pour them out into a pan. There you go. You're not meant to crack them. They are impossible to crack normally. You will just have a shattered mess of shells.
Extra brittle eggs, it just doesn't make sense. I know there are scissors you can get that make this process so much easier, but if I have to buy something just to get at my own eggs, they're not worth it. In terms of taste, texture, and quality, chickens and quails are pretty evenly matched. If you know what you're doing, you can clean a quail much quicker than you can a chicken thanks to the size difference.
That makes no
and
sense.
it's this size difference that really gives quails their moment of fame. If you want to make soup, you have to mess with cutting up your chicken into quarters, and that's a minor inconvenience you just don't have to go through with quails. Just toss in one or two of them into a pot and call it a day. Or if you want to be really fancy, you can make everyone their own personal mini rotisserie chickens. Except we'll both know that they're actually quails. I won't tell if you won't. Quails have notable advantages and disadvantages when compared to chickens. In some specific situations, quails can be superior to chickens, but all things being equal, I believe chickens are the better poultry. They're easier to feed, they lay better eggs, and they're generally just more practical. Granted, quails are quieter, and the meat is more convenient and delicate. There's just something about raising a quail only to kill it that doesn't sit right with me. It's something else entirely if I get a lot of use out of it.
That's why my quail are just going to be for eggs. We will not be killing any of the quail unless it is, part of the natural cycle, and I'm just trying to help it along as painlessly as possible. That kind of situation. But yeah, I will be just getting egg-laying hens. I'll have to find a place to deal with the roosters if any males hatch. But yeah, we did it. I've eaten. My tummy is full. Here, let's watch that Amon Animations video really quick. I think we've got some time. Okay, here it is. It's called 2024. Our final battle. Here, I'll drop a like, of course. Alright. Let's see this. I haven't seen an Amon Animations video in a long time. I feel like the world stopped turning last time he uploaded. I recognize these props. This is the Mad Max game in 2015. Is that Jesus? Oh, it is Jesus. Oh my god, it's Trump. He's a Mad Max warlord. Tucker! Vivek. Good god.
We are a nation.
He's evolving. He's evolving.
We are a failing nation. We are a nation.
I like the cars crashing in the background.
Illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in the arms of screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? I want my child back."
I really like this video because we're literally hearing Trump's policy platform through a meme video. So many people know Trump's bad, but they don't know his actual policy platform. We're hearing his speeches. These aren't like edited together. Well, you'll be able to tell when they're edited. This isn't like misedited. Trump wants to bring the death penalty for drug dealers.
Once revered airports are dirty, crowded mess, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't have the qualified air traffic controllers. And they just don't know what the hell they're doing. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2024 is our final battle. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will...
He's got chin balls.
Make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again.
Yeah, long before drug dealer means doctor giving vaccines.
America
Fuck, you're right.
Great again. Let's indict the motherfucker.
This is crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Metal Gear Solid 3. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's Metal Gear Solid 3. It is, right? I'm pretty sure it is. It's been a long time, but this guy likes Metal Gear Solid. I know that. Dude. I love the references. I don't see the white flowers yet. No, okay, maybe not. It looks like it, though. It's not those, what are they called? Star Bethlehem flowers? It looks familiar, though. There's somewhere I've seen this before. This is familiar. This is from something. Okay, now it's like Death Stranding vibes. We love our military-industrial complex. Is this the IDF? What the fuck? A lanternfish? Okay. I see. I concur. Yeah. Yep. I agree. What are those? Are those supposed to be like hearts? They almost, I can't tell, but I think they're supposed to be hearts. It's like Kojima. Maybe the hearts represent, like, every Palestinian casualty. Visualized. That could be interesting. That's my theory. I'm good at this whole art thing. Bernie's bowing to Biden.
We cannot be complicit in this atrocity. And this cruel war, it must be defeated.
Amon thinks it's cringe that Bernie endorsed Biden. At least Amon is part of the Biden is evil camp and not the Biden is old camp. To be fair, he's probably part of the Biden is old camp. Guys, expect pretty much most of the left to be like all anti-Biden, don't vote at all, let Trump win, right up until the election. Like, expect that to be the vast majority of, like, lefties online elevating their shitting on Biden more than ever during the election. Because, for some reason, shitting on Biden and the Democrats makes more money and sells better than shitting on Republicans these days within progressive spheres. It's why Hassan and, like, the sort of, like, class reductionist-ish left and the, you know, like, what's his name? Mike from PA, Bad Bunny, like, you know, the woke scold crowd, the tanky crowd, those types are some of the biggest in the left right now because shitting on Democrats seems to pay better for some reason. And, you know, the tankies, the most of them are grifters. A lot of them were, like, literally conservative pundits, like, a couple years ago. Like Jackson Hinkle.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Oh my god, they're just as bad as each other. They're the same. I can appreciate the good animation, even if the message is stupid. I expect the message to be pretty dumb, though, for most lefties until the election.
I don't know about you. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, they're just as bad as each other. I'm getting Doom 2016 vibes. I'm getting it's 2016 we're doomed vibes, frankly. That's true. AI could never achieve art like that. People are saying Bernie needs to stop kneeling to Biden. Well, remember, what I want you to think about when it comes to the people saying Biden is just as bad as Bernie, to their left-wing audience, I want you to think for a minute, how much does their income rely on Trump winning in 2024 and there being 4 more years of Trump hysteria to clickbait and monetize. Where are the interests here for the media, for big lefty figures who bank off of the cultural pushback against a Republican president, especially one as, like, out there as Trump? You see where the interests are, right? So when you hear them arguing some, like, nonsense reason for why Biden and Trump are just as bad as each other, think for a minute, where is their interest really at, realistically, as a well-off-ish content creator who relies on political strife to remain relevant? We don't really do well when we're winning, especially on the left, political content creators. Like, it is kind of not in the best interests of me and other figures that do this type of content for Biden to win. 4 more years of Biden means 4 more years of relatively boring news as far as, like, the presidency. Obviously, even with 1 year or 1 term of Trump, we still had, like, awful shit occur, particularly with the Supreme Court. But still, the media wants that daily wall-to-wall Trump coverage again. Boring is good for you, bad for me. But I'm also, in a way, kind of one of you too. I don't want the country to fall to shambles. There's a certain point where it's like, you know, the country's not maybe really fucked and it may be really good content, but I don't have the right to make content anymore because they took away our freedom of speech and democracy is gone. I know the Humanist Report, Rational National, and etc. are pushing Biden as bad shit while it has me turned off from them for a while, except for the Ring of Fire. He covered the Trump stuff a lot more than Biden stuff and other issues. That's good to hear. That was cool, Chill Will. Anyway. I know who to check in on. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right. I decided today would be a good day for us to check in on an old channel that we haven't looked at in a while. And I have never seen, besides since No Bullshit, I have never seen myself be proven right so hard. You know, back in the day when I'd be covering the hundreds of videos on Brie Larson that Geeks and Gamers has made, and I'm not joking about that, by the way. Many of them might be deleted now because we're going on 5 years now, but he has literally made, like back in 2019, as of 2019, when I started this channel, like when I started doing this content, I remember scrolling through all of Geeks and Gamers Brie Larson content, and it was page upon page upon page upon page upon page of Brie Larson videos. And I remember saying back then, as No Bullshit's channel was crashing and burning, all these figures like the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, all these grifters that have just basically replicated the same grift that No Bullshit did, they are all going to crash and burn the same way as he did. Well, Geeks and Gamers has just under 400,000 subscribers, and his videos nowadays are struggling to break 10,000 views, and I cannot see a single one in recent days that breaks 20K. He's uploading, it seems, twice a day, like twice a day on some days. which is the worst thing to do when your channel's failing this hard. YouTube loves, like, uploading a lot. That's what you should always do and maintain. I don't know why I'm giving them advice. No, yeah, no. Upload less, please. Your fans want you to upload less. That's what they want. That's what YouTube will, that'll fix your channel. The last video they had that, like, got any amount of viewership was this one. 104,000 views 2 weeks ago. But that's only getting 10 views per hour, so... yeah, it's not really performing that well. Yikes. And of course, 2 days ago, he uploaded a Brie Larson video. Let's fucking go. So for those of you what was I saying there? I have, like, verbal dyslexia. For those of you guys that don't know, Geeks and Gamers, obviously obsessed with Brie Larson. Brie Larson plays Captain Marvel, and the start of the obsession with right-wingers hating her is A, the fact that Captain Marvel is a strong female character with vaguely feminist-leaning characteristics and messaging, and on the other hand, Brie Larson is herself a very accomplished actress who has been very vocal about her feminist values in the past, particularly during speeches at award shows. So those award shows and those speech clips ended up being the perfect fodder for these people to claim that this evil feminist was entering the MCU. Now, Captain Marvel 1, not my favorite. It's alright. It was a fun rewatch, I guess, when I rewatched it with my mom recently, because she had never seen a single Marvel movie. And then, of course, there's the Miss Marvel, which I watched, and I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I remember liking it a fair amount and being excited to see what happens next after the cliffhanger. And then, of course, there is Monica Rambeau, who got her Marvel powers in WandaVision, and I was quite excited to see where that would go after that show as well. So, despite the fact that I and most people who are left-leaning, at least, do not really go to movies anymore, despite being fairly excited for the Marvels, the movie that would be the coming together of all three of them, I didn't go and see it in theaters. And now that it is on streaming, I absolutely plan to see it, but I'm waiting for my mom to come visit again so we can continue with our binge watching of the MCU, and then I'll watch it for the first time once we get to it. I don't want to have to watch all these things twice, like back to back, right? So I'm holding off on that. So I'm actually quite interested in watching the Marvels, and based on what I've seen on Twitter, most people are saying that the Marvels is actually pretty good. Like, they didn't go to see it in the theaters because, like, risking getting sick, and theaters are expensive these days. People would rather stay at home. But now that it's on streaming, they watched it and they really enjoyed it. So apparently, Brie Larson is done with the MCU after the Marvels box office disaster. They've been saying this for like 5 years, that Brie Larson is quitting the MCU because, like, it's like her movies are supposedly such a failure. I don't know if the Marvels did well in the box office. I'm inclined to believe it didn't do well, but I also have a feeling that Disney is kind of like moving their monetary scheme hardcore towards streaming. Like, big blockbuster that's meant to get as many people buying tickets and watching and talking about it as possible. Then it's up on streaming, and then it's part of the MCU. People who are watching through the MCU will watch it over time, and it will accumulate viewership through the source of, like, the Disney Plus subscriptions. So it really doesn't, like, especially because people have been complaining. I say people. Chuds have been, like, making a big deal about Disney losing a bunch of subscriptions on Disney Plus. But I dare you right now to Google what the increase in Disney Plus's income and revenue was with their hiking in subscription cost. They gained so much more money despite losing millions of users on Disney Plus. They don't make these decisions lightly. They know what they're doing. They're not stupid. These people only tell you half the story, like, oh, Disney lost millions of subscribers, and it's like, yeah, let's read the other half of that headline, and made millions more than they were before. In doing so, it's almost like the entire point he was trying to argue isn't valid. So prepare for a lot of lies here, but we're really just watching the last desperate gasps of a dying YouTuber who's trying to, like, grift his way into another Brie Larson hate video, algorithm boost.
Brie Larson, Queen Brie Larson, the single greatest, most important individual in the history of movies.
Listen, dude, you're the guy who's made hundreds of videos about her, not me.
Not commit moving forward to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And here we have it right here. The Marvel star Brie Larson shares a blunt response when asked about her future as Captain Marvel. Have you heard about this, Jay?
Yeah, but this is pretty typical because she gave a blunt response, like, what was it, like before the Marvels came out?
Yes.
When they were
She
like,
basically was like, does anybody want me?
She's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just like from, and now here's the second one. She basically says the same thing, right? Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah. She's
Wait, is this anything new? Wait, really? I don't know is what they're reporting on? They do realize that, like, unless a Marvel movie has been announced, it's generally not good practice for the actors to say, yeah, I'm going to be in the next Marvel movie. It's going to be called yada yada. I'm pretty sure, like, the point of the whole, like, MCU unveiling thing is that you don't know when these characters are going to come back again, and you're waiting for them to, like, make their next appearance. If she's literally answered the same response every time they ask her if she'll be in another Marvel project, and she has been, but the answer is always, I don't know, because that's what all the actors answer when they ask, are you going to be in another Marvel project that's yet to be announced? That's how acting works. You don't spoil shit, or you could get in trouble. She's not Tom Holland, who I'm pretty sure is paid by Disney, and, like, part of his whole, like, marketing thing for Disney's, like, Marvel stuff is for him to fake spoiling stuff. I think maybe he did it once seriously, and they turned it into a meme for him. And they're like, okay, you can accidentally spoil this during this interview. If it wasn't real, they would just cut it.
Doing an interview. We're going to go to that interview in just a minute. But the thing about it is this is after the failure of the Marvels. Like, this is after that. You know what I mean? So this is where it's a little different now because the Marvels has failed, and it's failed miserably.
I love how he's put in a position where he has to say it's different now. I know we're saying the same thing as we've been saying for all these years, but it's different now. I promise, guys, it's different now.
With a so-so 62% on Rotten Tomatoes and a mere 206 million worldwide, the Marvels failed to live up to expectations last November and is now Marvel Studios' lowest grossing movie. It's still hard to say where it all went wrong. No, it's not actually. It's not hard to say
it's
where.
not hard to say.
It's not hard to.
Well, one thing is that you're talking about three characters that don't really have the widest appeal. Like, it's not for the reasons these guys are arguing, but, like, the first Captain Marvel movie was just kind of all right, you know? Like, Carol Danvers is a neat character, but for all intents and purposes, Captain Marvel was a committee-designed movie. It had a very... It had not woke aspects, like how these conservatives refer to it as, but it had certain aspects of it that just kind of removed a little bit of the depth from the story that I think could have been better. But at the same time, rewatching the movie recently, it was a lot better than I remember it. Like, a lot of the scenes that I remembered as being, like, cringed appeals to feminism or whatever were really just appeals to 90s nostalgia. Like, particularly the music choices that people were like, oh, cringe, feminist or whatever. It's just 90s nostalgia. Yeah, exactly, Phoebe in YouTube chat. Like, a lot of the movie is 90s nostalgia appeal, too. And I think it overplays it a little bit, but overall, it's actually a quite good movie, but it's not, like, a blockbuster good Marvel movie. And Miss Marvel was one of the Marvel shows, so it wasn't super big or anything like that, not a super big headliner character. And Monica Rambeau is only recognizable from the WandaVision show, which was just a show, right? Not as big as one of those big blockbuster movies. And everyone now knows you can just wait for these things to come to Disney Plus, like I did. So people just aren't going to the theaters. I don't really feel the need to defend these movies, but, like, I think it's important to point out these guys don't have any arguments against the wokeness they say is so bad and wrong. So instead they try to feign the popularity of their belief. It's like how conspiracy theorists try to argue what they believe in. Like, a conspiracy theorist believes the Earth is flat, so they start doing a bunch of research on the internet, not about the shape of the Earth, but into flat Earth to learn more talking points and arguments to convince more people to be flat earthers. Because if there's enough people who are flat earthers around you, when a few people come along and say, You flat earthers are fucking idiots. You can say, "Nuh-uh, you're the idiots," and then everybody points and laughs at the normal people who think the earth is not flat. And those people who think the earth is flat feel so accommodated by the amount of people that surround them and agree with them, they don't feel a responsibility or a need to defend themselves. And frankly, to onlookers, when it's a huge group of people pointing and laughing at a small group of people, onlookers don't care who's right. They want to be part of the popular club. They want to be part of the in-party. FOMO is a powerful drug.
Say at all. Let's see. Captain Marvel grossed $1 billion in 2019. Both Miss Marvel and Photon had taken center stage in 2 critically acclaimed Disney Plus TV shows. We can take some guesses, of course. Captain Marvel probably should have been somewhere in the title.
That wouldn't have changed anything.
Captain Marvel is the most protected film in the history of movies. We have
Well, I mean, these guys have continuously claimed it was a fall flat at the box office, but it was a blockbuster movie. Like, it literally had massive sales at the box office. It was one of Marvel's highest grossing movies. So is the claim that, like, Captain Marvel is bad because it's woke, and that's why so simultaneously they'll argue a movie had low box office numbers, and that's a show that shows that it like performed badly and that it's like no one wants it. But then if a movie that they don't like does well, they will argue Disney inflated the ticket sales. So I have heard this guy argue that Disney inflates ticket sales and buys out tickets to inflate their woke movies to make them look more successful so they can't make fun of them for it many times. Why didn't they do that here? If Disney is inflating ticket sales, why didn't they do that here? And make it look like it was successful like they supposedly did with Captain Marvel. Evidence? Oh, they have no evidence. They just feel like it. You know, it fifis over Riri's. Anyway.
Never seen a film more protected, put in more of a spot. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, to be clear, all right? There's nothing wrong with positioning your films that you think are going to maybe underperform or something like that. There's nothing wrong with positioning them to succeed. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's not act like that didn't happen. And that's the whole thing, is that the MCU fans will deny reality. They'll deny that that even happened. And that's...
You know what I kind of like about that these guys did? I feel like these two were getting a lot of shit about being neckbeards, like surrounded by action figures and comic books, while like shit talking women and minorities in media. Like it started, like their audiences started to realize, like, this is kind of cringe, and just dipped. And so they changed their backgrounds to green screens. 'Cause like Geeks and Gamers had a whole nice, like, dude bro, like, man caved out background, and now it's this weird random shitty green screen. I don't feel like he downgraded houses or something. I think he covered that up because he started to feel ashamed about the fact that he looks like a neckbeard. He looks like the stereotypical neckbeard. I really do need more of these guys to start feeling shame about being surrounded by action figures while shit talking women. I need them to feel more like self-awareness and shame about that. I need it. I really need it.
Exactly what happened. They took Captain Marvel and they put it in between two of the biggest films of all time, and they tied it into those films so that it would give it a little more interest from the general audience level. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's why it made $1 billion. So no, this isn't complicated at all. It never was complicated. But anyway, it gets down to this, and she does this interview.
Or maybe the movie did well because it was a Marvel movie and Captain Marvel is a big character.
View right here, and this is towards the end of the interview, and they ask her about Marvel.
Can you tell us a little bit about Marvel and what's coming up for you, your next Marvel project?
I don't have anything to say about that.
And that's it. I don't have anything to say about that. Like,
wait, that makes it sound like she's got like another project coming up soon. That makes it sound like the next Marvel project that comes out, she's going to have a cameo in it. And so they ask her, and she's just like, no comment. Because what could she say? Like, what could she say if that is the case? That makes it seem even more like she's in the next project. What? That's the obvious I can't talk about. Yeah, I think that's the most I can't talk about that answer I've ever heard. This is what's newsworthy for these people, by the way. Like, you have to remember too, the people who are watching this content are so hyper privileged and such losers. This is what matters to them. There are genocides and invasions of sovereign nations happening across the world right now. And this is what, like, tears at the back of your mind. And frankly, they think less of you for caring about conflicts happening on the other side of the world. They think less of you for caring about real world problems, because this is what really matters. If you really knew, if you were really smart, you'd know these are the real issues.
Again, it is similar to the last comment she made of, does anyone want me? To me, that seemed a little more like she gave some context last time. You know, she gave a little more of it. This one, she clearly was like, I don't want to talk about this at all.
It makes you wonder.
This reminds me of that one time when he brought on a body language analyst to analyze an interview, I think with Don Cheadle and Brie Larson. And they were like, see, right there, you can actually see Don Cheadle is actually kind of like intimidated by her. He's kind of made uncomfortable by her. He moves and leans to the opposite side of the chair from the one that she's sitting in so he can be as far away from her as possible, but casually so. You have to look very closely to notice it. Like, literally brings in a body language expert to analyze Brie Larson and Don Cheadle. Just absolutely wild. That is what Geeks and Gamers did for one of his like 500 to 600 videos he's made on Brie Larson now. It may be up to 1,000 considering it was 300 videos back in 2019, 2020.
If like, well, they maybe, of course it's speculation because it wasn't there, but like they offered her this. You know, like, you're going to get a trilogy, you're going to get this, you're going to be the new face. We heard all those things. You're going to be the new face of the Avengers. You're going to do this, you're going to do that. And then all of a sudden, like, they just pulled the rug out from her and just like, well, we're actually not going to, we're going to make you like the bad guy in the Marvels. And we're just going to pair you with these other people. And that's going to be the end of it.
I have a feeling she is not the bad guy in the Marvels. I have a feeling that she is like an antagonistic, like, protagonist like Tony Stark is in the Spider-Man movies.
Just treating her really bad over there. Wouldn't be the first
well
female actor that they treat bad over there at Disney. But I'm just saying, like, and now she's just like, I've had enough.
Yeah.
You know?
And again,
you counted? Yeah, back in 2019, like late 2019, early 2020, I did a Geeks and Gamers video in which we went over his obsession with Brie Larson as a whole. And I looked up Geeks and Gamers Brie Larson. And we counted. We scrolled, went to the next page, counted, scrolled, went to the next page, counted, and stopped somewhere around 250 to 270. I rounded up to 300. I got distracted by chat and lost count. I would ballpark it as 300 videos back then on his 2 combined channels, because he's got 2 channels. One of them's way smaller, and I can't even imagine how bad it's doing now. But yeah, he I can only imagine how many he's made about Brie Larson now. It could be 1,000.
It needs to be noted that, yes, she has had an answer that's similar.
Antagonist doesn't mean villain. Yeah, Cleaver 120. He doesn't know. These people have no media literacy, obviously.
To that in the past, but this is after the failure of the Marvels. That's the whole thing. The lowest grossing film in MCU history. And she's clearly embarrassed about that. And Marvel's not.
I will refer to Disney Plus subscriptions making Disney Plus an immense amount more money than they like made them before people left Disney Plus because of the price hike. Like, if the argument is like Disney is suffering because woke doesn't succeed, I'm sorry, but it is. They aren't suffering. I hate Disney, and I hate that you're pretending like they're suffering when they're not, because they're very much not. They are so just fine. Well over just fine.
Not in a good place right now. They've got a lot of problems at their front door. So to speculate that Brie Larson and many others could potentially be done, that's not a far stretch at all. And now everything that the MCU was built off of it's gone. It doesn't resemble any of that anymore. So it'll be interesting to see how they move forward.
Again, I'll tell you how they're going to move forward, Jeremy. They're just not going to learn. Because apparently a female-led white tiger show is in the works at Marvel Studios. Now, a lot of people might not be familiar with this character. I am not that familiar. All I know is White Tiger
Obviously.
is a man. He's Puerto Rican, you know, and he fights crime in New York. I'm not quite sure where he gets his powers from. But even here it says, while Daredevil Born Again will have a male version of the character. I don't know if this is his daughter or a relative, but apparently they're like, we're going to go all in with another female-led show. Since
We're to go all in with another female-led show. Oh no. Oh, how will Marvel and Disney survive a female-led show? How will they ever? Christ almighty. Yeah, you're gambling whenever you have a female-led show, you see. It's people just don't want to see that kind of stuff. It's so bad. Anyway, I'm just glad to say that these are the last dying gasping breaths of a channel with hundreds of thousands of subscribers that can't break 10K views on a video. He's getting my viewership with roughly, like, what, 5-6 times my sub count? That's wild. Let's read the comments. Brie Larson would have stopped dropping tacos. There's already a leaked behind-the-scenes video that the male version of White Tiger gets killed off, apparently being popped in the head by what looks like the Punisher. I really liked the character White Tiger in the show Ultimate Spider-Man, but with current Disney, I have no faith in their ability to make her likable. I'd take anything you read here with a grain of salt, by the way, if you think it's a spoiler. Surprised she doesn't sue Disney/Marvel for ruining her career or producing content that's destined to fail. Scarlett Johansson was able to do that successfully. That is not what Scarlett Johansson sued Disney for. She sued them for putting the movie out on Disney+. Good God. These people live in their own fantasy world. Like, they just kind of make up a timeline of events that kind of retroactively justifies what they believe now. That is, like, not even resembling what happened in real life. Like, they're like, yeah, Scarlett Johansson sued Disney for ruining her career by making woke movies that she started. Yeah, that's why she sued. That's what happened there. Yeah. White Tiger was introduced in the animated show Spectacular Spider-Man, and she is a woman and a popular character, so Geeks and Gamers are just stupid. Yeah, they're really dumb. They're really dumb. The White Tiger is the daughter of the White Tiger in the comics since the late 90s to early 2000s. What I'm guessing is there's going to just be like a backstory type thing, you know? That's what I'm assuming. Regardless, though, it's nice checking in on these guys and seeing their channel flail. I will eagerly watch as they take the no bullshit route to not having uploaded in years. One day. Inshallah. Prage. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Good seggy, great segment. I'm glad you guys liked it. Nice, nice. God, I'm so thirsty today. Alrighty. So, if you enjoy my content and you want to support me, my channel, and my content, please consider dropping a like. Every thumbs up really does go a long way to help out the channel and boost my content in the algorithm. Literally, no matter what, it just takes half a second. Every single one counts. Even your single like counts. Seriously. I really appreciate it. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile and support me financially to help for the fundraising for Quail content in the next couple months, as well as to just, you know, generally help me continue to produce content, buy groceries, keep a roof over my head, that sort of thing, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Fair warning, I do not make any profit really on the Streamlabs merch. It's like $1 or $2. I basically set it to the minimum that I could set it to. The roughly 95 to 90% of the cost is just manufacturing fee, because Streamlabs produces each piece of merch individually, and what you're paying for is mostly just the cost to make it. And from there, the streamer has to add like a margin of profit. Mine is $1. I was like, well, I'd like to have $1. I think $1 is okay. I think it's okay to make $1 when someone buys merch. It's mostly about just wanting people to get merch. But I'd like to make the dollar. I could buy something with $1. Anyway, you should also consider joining my fan Discord, because that is where we're going to be doing a watch party in my Discord tonight of the movie Dune. I have never seen Dune, or I don't know anything about Dune, so seriously, consider checking it out. We're definitely going to be having a fun time watching that movie. I am so excited, and yeah, get hyped. All right. Oh, my eyes, they're burning for no reason. The tiredness has set in. And I really did, I feel like I got a lot of sleep last night. Maybe I overslept. Who knows? Okay, chat. Which Dune are we watching? 1. I've never seen Dune. 1. I'm going to run upstairs and quickly grab a monster. I'll be right back, but after that, I'm going to do either 1 or 2 more segments. We'll see. And then after that, I'm going to get on call with Ethan, and we're going to play a little bit of SevTech Ages and chat for a little while. Continue our progress in the SevTech Ages world that we just stream. We only play on stream. I know you guys thought we forgot about that, but we haven't. And after that, I will start directing everybody into the Discord for the start of the watch party. So yeah, I will be right back. I'm gonna get some monsters so my eyes can kind of get the tiredness out of them. I'll be right back. Wingo, you know what a watch party is. Don't play fool with me. You know what a watch party is, and I've said it's Dune 50 times. You know. You know what it is. You're trolling. You're a good troll, Wingo, but I know you're memeing. I've been gone for hours? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, welcome, Wingo. Holy shit. This is my second monster after buying some more last night and having gone through not nicotine, caffeine withdrawals for 3 days. So it's basically imagine your second hit after a long bout of nicotine withdrawals. I just got hit by the caffeine. God damn. Yeah, that woke me up fast. My eyes just instantly stopped being tired. Damn night mothism. See, I complain about my medical problems, as minor as they are. Stuff like joint pain and weak joints. But at the end of the day, I could have heart problems that genuinely get in the way, in the way of my quality of life for what I want to do. So I'm very thankful for my health every day, and I'm sorry to everybody who has to deal with bullshit like that forces them to build their life around stuff like that. Oh yeah, I watched it, Lancer. I watched it off stream. Oh yeah, I forgot to delete last stream segments from the folder. Let me do that really fast. So we got some free room. That'll probably free up some room on the PC. And yeah, okay. Let's see what to cover next. Hmm. I've got an idea. Ah, he is still around.
Clean slate is...
Dude, okay, I know what we're covering. This is interesting. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, so I thought, because I haven't heard about him in quite some time, since his divorce, we would check in on Steven Crowder's channel. Now, I was expecting, like, I don't know, maybe he wouldn't have uploaded in a few months or like a year or something, but he's been uploading maybe a few times every month for the last year or so. And one of the videos he uploaded on his channel, I don't even think it has him in it, is called Alex Jones Has Shocking Revelation. Is the Devil Here? This is basically just a straight up Alex Jones segment re-upload straight onto YouTube. Now, here I am, watching as Alex Jones, who has been blacklisted and banned from YouTube and every other platform, is being re-uploaded to 500,000 views onto YouTube by a channel with 6 million subscribers almost. And somehow that's all good with YouTube and goes right under the radar. But when my channel covers anti-vaxxers as a topic, I get false striked. Very interesting algorithm and bot system you've got there with moderation YouTube. Just, you know, kind of interesting. Maybe a little fishy that, you know, Alex Jones in my video can get detected and I can get a false strike for restreaming his content, supposedly. But you're just all good, despite getting 500,000 views there. You know, it just looks a little, you know, just a little concerning there. I'm not doing that bit anymore. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm curious to see, is the devil here? Does Alex Jones have a point? Is the devil here? This video is an hour and a half long. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but hopefully we get some good Alex Jones rambling early on.
Is an initiative that we're starting, and I ask that you consider joining us. If you go to my Instagram or my Twitter right now, everything is gone. There needs to be a change of course before we get to the point that there's no turning back. A lot of the things that we discuss, the artificial machine would tell you, you don't want to see it. I don't agree. I'm going to see you on the 22nd.
Is this him, like, wiping his presence off the internet after the divorce because he's in shame from how much everybody dunked on him, even on the right? Mind you, he had a whole meltdown about how he's pissed off that it was legal for his wife to divorce him without his permission. That was like his whole like meltdown video. Him melting down that feminism has made it like so that it is now legal for women to divorce their husbands without their husband's permission. Also, if you want to see what conservatives' opinions are on marital rape, Go on Twitter and simply tweet, marital rape is bad. And then go to bed and wake up the next morning and read the, like, dozens of comments from conservatives, like, all coming out of nowhere, no matter how small of an account you are, saying there is no such thing as marital rape. A husband cannot rape a wife. They will be ranging between, like, extreme Islamist accounts and, like, cross in the name Christian conservative Pepe poster accounts. That is the state of conservatism on Twitter, at least right now.
Gerald apologizes apologetics.
It doesn't mean that.
All right, Mug Club. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us for Gerald Apologizes Apologetics. It doesn't quite mean what they say that it means. I understand that. They just do that to kind of, I don't know, punk me because we spend all this money on the intros for everybody else, but not for me. That's fine. That's fine. I'll get over it. I'll be okay. Don't worry about me. I had an interesting conversation back in June.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that are turning the friggin' frogs gay. This bull crap.
I'm sorry. Alex Jones is always going to be funny. He's a demonic, awful human being. Like, pretty much human shit. Like a literal steaming pile of human shit. But he's really goddamn funny.
With our guest today, and it was very quick on the show, and we started talking about demons and the mark of the beast, and I was like, that's eschatology. I'm very interested in that. And so Alex...
This is the shit Tim Pool was talking about earlier, right? Or no. That was what Joe Rogan was talking about earlier. Dude, I'm telling you, these people have some sort of guy or group that is giving them talking points and telling them what to talk about and make part of the culture war. There is no way it is coincidence that this whole, like, mark of the beast Christianity narrative that's getting popular right now among conservatives unanimously is a coincidence. It's Trump. Did Trump say something about the mark of the beast? Are they just repeating him?
Alex Jones, I thought I'd come down here and hang out in your world, and we could continue our conversation. I think it literally lasted maybe 60 seconds on air, and we didn't really get into it a whole lot.
Captain Morgan, you are now promoted to Admiral Morgan.
Admiral Morgan. Sitting in this chair is a little weird. I mean, it's like, this is kind of a nice place. I like it. I've seen this on...
I unironically think we're going to end up coming full circle to atheism content being king again. Like, imagine that. Imagine if that was the cycle of internet culture. You start out with the popularity of atheism content, dunking on traditionalist conservative Christians. That morphs and transforms into the anti-SJW community, which ends up being on top. That morphs and transforms into being, into like BreadTube, the left being on top. That morphs and transforms into like Christian idealist right-wingers being on top. And then we make the full circle again as a reaction to that, back to atheist content, like back in the early, like 2010s and 2011, like back then. Yeah, we go full circle. The only response to this era of right-wing content is the big atheist community coming back. Like, we need Amazing Atheist, Cult of Dusty, fucking, who else? So, like, all the OG atheist YouTubers. They gotta dust off their old fedoras and get back on that grind.
On the air.
I love you in Steven's studio, and you got to get Steven back down there sometime.
I know. One of these days we're going to get him in the car, or maybe a little.
And we've done shows out on the street together, but never in the studio.
I remember that. You said something about bum piss, I believe, being...
Yes. I actually did throw up. It was so gross.
So is it just the smell of that?
Yeah, just the smell of it.
Or the thought?
And I was extremely hungover that day, too, so let's not lie. No, I mean, I'm a layperson when it comes to end of the world type stuff, but I did go to a lot of church, a lot of Sunday school. I have read the Bible quite a bit. I know there's massive amounts of study. I mean, you could have 5 degrees in it and never know half of it. But my grandfather... my mother's father was really heavily into it, studied the Bible, Daniel and Ezekiel.
My favorite thing is, like, isn't lying a sin? This dude's, like, literally admitted to lying about the Sandy Hook families multiple times. Like, his lies led to, like, the harassment of families. It's not very Christ-like. On top of that, this guy literally is wearing a Rolex. His whole he's in a bunker right now. Like, his entire show, where this is filmed, is in an underground bomb shelter. That's, like, highly furnished and, like, made to be, like, luxurious. It's like capable of surviving a nuclear blast. And it's hidden in like Texas. So this is not a guy who is living a Christ-like life. He's more like a super church pastor. He's basically the modern version of a super church pastor, just swindling his viewers for money and using their faith against them so that they just empty their pockets for him. And he's using it to, because, you know, God needs another Rolex. God needs a nicer bomb-proof bunker.
Kill and Revelation pretty much like 5 hours a day. He was really smart and quite the historian. He'd been a successful inventor.
Right.
A lot of other things. But the last 20 years of his life, he was dedicated to studying the Bible. I remember him like breaking down the New World Order and global government. They'd have a computer and they would control everybody, and you'd have to do what they said or you wouldn't get the mark. He would always explain, you don't just take it and then it's because you've taken it that you're going to go to hell. It's that taking it, you have to submit and worship and follow the whole system. So he would basically rant, kind of like Alex Jones, almost like he was my grandfather. He would look like me, just about this all the time. And I would come and visit him in the summers, and then I moved down here.
I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I have not processed a single word Alex Jones has said. I'm trying so fucking hard to figure out what he's saying right now. Are closed captions an option here?
When I was a senior in high school, started hanging out with him and my grandmother almost every week.
What years, roughly, what decade was this?
I was graduated out of high school in 92.
Okay.
And so I moved here like in 1991. And so my grandparents lived here.
Yeah.
And he was just really big into eschatology. And so I heard a lot from him.
Well, the church used to be really big into it. And that's why I was really asking that, because back in the 1980s, I mean, there was a lot of fire and brimstone preaching. And a part of that was telling the end of the story. So let me just tell the guys listening and gals right now, we're talking about the end times. So eschatology is kind of the study of the end times. And just so you understand what that is, if Genesis is kind of...
I shit you not, conservatives have unironically become end times preachers. The guys who stand on the street saying the end is near, the apocalypse is coming, tomorrow. No, it'll be tomorrow. Yeah, I know it wasn't today, but it'll be tomorrow. No, I didn't mean today, tomorrow. No, I didn't mean today, tomorrow. No, in a month. Like that, they've literally evolved into their final form of grifter.
Kind of telling the beginning of the story, which it obviously is. Revelation and some of the prophetic literature leading up to that is really telling you how things come to an end. And some of the things that Alex just said would have just been in the 1960s, 1950s, 40s, 1800s. You're crazy. There's no way any of that stuff could happen. But obviously we see a lot of it happening today. And so people are very interested.
Now all of a sudden, it's actually realistic to believe in this, you know, very, very conveniently. You see, this was crazy to believe before I started advocating for it, but now you got to get on board with this now, because it's real.
It's apocalyptic. Anytime you see a History Channel show that talks about the apocalypse or something like that, people tune in because they're like, oh, there's something that draws us in to want to know a little bit more. And this subject is debated quite a bit, right? We were talking just a second ago about mid-trib, pre-trib, post-trib, no-trib, whatever. There are a lot of different reasons for you to care about this, right? We'll dive into just a very basic framework of what we're talking about, and then we're going to talk about specific segments, specifically 666, the mark of the beast, how that's being potentially implemented today, and how you can make sure that you don't accidentally do that. You can't. That's the whole, the kind of the trick to it. You can't accidentally take the mark of the beast, but we're going to hit a few more points.
We're about to get some legit satanic panic psychopathy here. So this is just straight up Alex Jones, like, ban evading on YouTube. Like, unironically. Alex Jones is just straight up ban evading on YouTube right now. Like, fully on a multi-million subscriber channel with hundreds of thousands of views, Alex Jones is ban evading. And YouTube does not give a shit. And hasn't for a month. That's crazy. The bias is very clear with YouTube's moderation system.
Maybe something that most people don't know is that for every prophecy on the first coming of Christ, which that is the Messiah, that is for the Jews, that's it, right? They were...
The perfect cherry on top will be if this video gets, like, a false community guideline strike. That would be, like, there would literally be nothing more poetically perfect than if this video gets a false community guideline strike.
Waiting for and looking for and desperately hoping for Messiah to come. For every prophecy in the Bible about Messiah...
Listen, if you're still watching right now, when this goes up as a video, we're going to do a prayer to YouTube, all right? I want you to comment down below, YouTube gods, spare us. Simply that. Or if you want to comment something else, you can add it to that. It'll also tell me you watched this far in the video, which is nice. But we're going to do a prayer to YouTube, and we're going to hope to God they don't get me for calling out their bullshit. It feels like they usually like to get me for videos where I specifically call out YouTube's bias, like the last time they striked me. I covered an anti-vax video and got striked for medical misinfo. So yeah, we're going to do that ritual. We're going to create a psychic energy field around this video to prevent the YouTube bots from taking it down and striking my channel.
As first coming, there are roughly 8 concerning the second coming. There's 8 more than the first coming, right? So it's multiple times more mentioned in the Bible. And a lot of people don't really take a lot of time to understand those prophecies or to really kind of think through it. They do take time to go, Revelation's tough to understand. Revelation's difficult because there's all this imagery that's being used and there's all this flowery language that I don't really understand. And we'll get into why some Christians have a bit of a problem with that. But it's important for you to know because God spent about 8 times.
You know, there's probably like 15-year-old like dudes who wear suits to school every day that like listen to this shit and think they're like the smartest people in the world because this is what they listen to. Like, imagine that for a minute. Those people exist. That is like the majority of the young audience demographic that's actually watching this content are those kids that like wear a suit to school and have like a cross necklace and a MAGA hat on, you know? Like, yeah.
The time speaking about the second coming than he did the first coming. And obviously the first one was a big deal because it kind of saved people. Without the first coming, the second coming doesn't really quite matter that much because we would all be under judgment and I wouldn't want to be around for that anyway. But I guess my big question, Alex, is what made you start? So you talked about it a little bit. Was it your grandfather, you said?
Yes.
So other than that, was there any influence or was it just your grandfather's influence talking about kind of eschatology that made you dive into it a little bit?
Well, I want to be 100% clear. I mean, the New World Order has brought us the end times and has proven the Bible's right. So that's why I'm way more interested. Growing up, we went to church on Sundays, and then we would have Bible studies a lot of times at the house on Sunday night when my parents led. And I could watch it if I wanted to and hang out there if I wanted to. There'd be like 20 people there. But usually there'd be some other kids we run around outside. And we went to church on Wednesdays. And we went to a evangelical style, a pretty big church. And so I was just growing up with this as a background. And so it's kind of in the back of your head.
Yeah.
And then my grandfather, once I moved to Austin, when I was in college and then had my job and already on air for a lot of years, he died about 12 years ago. My grandmother about 5 years ago. He was just constantly saying, watch, this is all going to be fulfilled. And he would get really upset when he'd see these preachers on TV setting a date. He would say those people are deceived by setting a date. Then when it doesn't happen, that's going to make people fall away. That's a tool of the devil.
Right.
And he was just really, he said,
oh, all right, perfect. The key is you don't set a date. You just say it's coming indefinitely. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. And then if you don't set a date, then, the date can't come and you can't look like an idiot for it not happening. And you can't be called out on your bullshit. I like how he had to say that. People fall away. That's the tool of the devil. That's how he has to word people realizing, oh, you're full of shit. There is no oncoming biblical apocalypse other than the one we're bringing on ourselves by not creating negative carbon emissions yearly.
Comes like a thief in the night, no man knoweth, it's Christ at the hour of the return. And so then I've seen the left use that when these preachers get a bunch of attention saying it's this date for like a year, then it doesn't happen. Then they say, oh, the Bible's disproven. No, the Bible says no one knows. And if they tell you they know, that person's bad.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's all there. And so the older you get, the more you know, you go, this is incredible. Like, I get chills right now. So I want to be clear. I'm not Mr. Preacher and I'm not holier than thou. I mean, I don't tell lies on purpose and I don't sell out to evil, but I mean, I make the point about being hungover. That's probably why I was throwing up. I mean,
I see. You don't tell lies on purpose. The Sandy Hook families would like to have a word with you because you're currently being ordered to pay nearly $100 million to them for lying about them and their dead children. So, yeah. And also he has to pay one of the police officers, I believe.
I mean, I've got my own issues. I'm not perfect. I'm not on some high horse. So many people are turned off by the church because it's preaching a watered down Bible, and it's also just attacking people individually instead of showing them the big picture. The devil's real.
I think he targeted that FBI agent and said that they were behind it or something like that, and so they're also liable to money because he roped them into the conspiracy. God's
real. You better pick a side. And so people, that's why I'm so much into the end times is it's here. and it's all being fulfilled.
Maybe don't pick a legal fight with a fucking FBI agent. Maybe not that. Maybe not that. Maybe don't do that.
And the globalists are fulfilling it and saying, the future's not human. You will merge the machines. You will submit to all our social credit scores, our ESGs. You'll be tracked in live time. The Bible says everyone worldwide will see the image of the...
Okay, what is the ESG thing? Okay, we've heard it from multiple conservative pundits now. We heard it from, we heard it from the pronouns guy, and now we've heard it from Alex Jones. What is ESG? What is this code word, buzzword they're using? Environmental, social, and corporate governance is a set of considerations including environmental issues, social issues, and corporate governance that can be considered in investing. Investing with ESG considerations is sometimes referred to as responsible investing, or in more proactive cases, impact investing. There's no way this is what they mean. It could be, because they're just that evil and stupid. Literally, is this just investing into companies and programs that have benefits to the environment, like people, and like fill in holes that the government hasn't filled, so to say? Like, is this like their evidence of woke companies? Interesting. I can't believe that's what they mean. Maybe social grade, like the Black Mirror episode? Oh, yeah, maybe. No, you're right. It would absolutely be a pop culture reference before it would be a reference to something you have to Google and read for 5 seconds to know about. You're completely right. It would absolutely be a reference to a fucking TV show episode and not something that's like real that you actually have to Google and learn about. You're right. No, I think you're completely right, Kitty the Atheist. I think it's probably a reference to the Black Mirror episode, like a social credit score type thing.
Beast, talking to them at once, they'll worship it, and that's television, holograms.
Right.
I mean, it's like there's no way John Leon Patmos 2,000 years ago just made this up. There's no way Daniel just made it up, or Ezekiel, and it's just all congruent, proving itself. And so if someone doesn't have the Holy Spirit of discernment, they read it's a bunch of gibberish. But once you actually are, plus we're living in the time. You said something so important, I'll shut up for a minute, Gerald, and that is in the 70s and 80s.
I like how all these people always say we're living in the time of the end times always, and these people are like just the newest set of those people.
I mean, there I was, not just going to our church, but I would also go with my friends to their church. And it was like there were all these movies and films, and people were really awake. There's going to be a one world government, the beast system in Brussels, and a beast computer.
It was everywhere.
It was everywhere. And then once the 90s and the 2000s, and once it all started coming true, the preachers went, whoa. Because it's one thing to say the Bible says it's coming, and then it's kind of like science fiction and really interesting. But now a lot of the preachers are like, whoa, I'm not going to scare the hell out of people, which is actually, we should be celebrating and going, my gosh, God is real.
Right.
This is a warning. God gave us free will, but God also gave us a cheat sheet.
Yeah.
And so like, hey kids, I want you to pass the test. Here's so if you pay attention, you will. And so this is a big deal. And this is 100% real. And then I think about the experience.
I love that. I like how many times can you count that one of them has said while the other person is talking, this is 100% real. I've heard it 4 times now, one of them backing the other one up by saying, this is 100% real. Yeah, guys, when something's 100% real, you have to reassure yourself and your audience every 5 seconds that it's 100% real. Otherwise, they might forget.
I had in Dallas particularly, and then coming to Austin, and then being around Hollywood, which I never tried to be in, but it wanted me to be in it. Yeah. And it was Satanism, Luciferianism, sex parties, the whole 9 yards. I never got into rituals, but I was picked up by chicks repeatedly trying to recruit me into things in Dallas and a decade later in Hollywood. Austin's more new agey, not a lot of that here. But that's almost a more creepy form of it. Yeah. So I've really, I never fell away and said, I denounced God and God isn't real, I'm an atheist. But I mean, I was in points in my life where I wasn't taking drugs really.
Alex Jones is literally saying we're living in the end times and Satan is returning during the Obama administration. It's always whatever they can say right now to make money right now. It doesn't matter if it contradicts what they said yesterday or if it contradicts what they will say tomorrow.
But I was drinking and a lot of women and and on a power trip and really prideful about how I was. And I'd say I got I'd say I was kind of corrupt, let's say maybe 14 to about 20. And then I kind of rediscovered God, and then the Holy Spirit much more stronger than when I was saved when I was about 10. And then literally God started talking to me and showing me things, and I would have dreams that came true and all these things. And now I get stronger and stronger and stronger to where, and you talk about spiritual warfare, we'll get into it. At this point, that's all that is, you have Christ, you have Jesus, you have a faith in that. Yeah. You are protected, but then the devil comes after people that you love who aren't in God. That's why you've got to get them into the Holy Spirit, or the devil's going to chew up your family in front of you. So that's what people better understand. This is more important than God.
Okay, a fair amount of the people who've watched this have to be watching it ironically just to be like Alex Jones's deranged ranting about religion is unironically quite entertaining to watch, like ironically, hate watch almost. A fair amount of the views have to be from people like me that are watching this just to laugh at Alex Jones and how insane he is and how funny it is when he goes on a completely deranged, out of this world rant.
Guns in your gun cabinet or storable food or water is getting your heart and soul ready, because believe me, folks, without God, you won't be able to withstand Satan. This is going to be hardcore. No flesh will be spared if God doesn't intervene.
Right. And I want to bring something back up that you said, and I'll get to that in just a second. What you just said, no flesh will be spared unless God intervenes. There's some great quotes for us that really help us in Scripture that say that unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman watches in vain. Like, it doesn't matter. You can be as prepared as you want to be, but if God is not watching over the city, it really doesn't matter, right? It's a bigger picture than this. But churches did get away from this. And I think maybe because they started seeing people kind of practice this escapism, right? So instead of focusing on being productive here and now, right? What am I supposed to do today? What am I supposed to do in the next 5 years of my life?
These people are literally against doing anything to try and prevent climate change from, like, ruining massive amounts of coastline, fucking up global farming, and, like, ruining the lives of millions of people who live in developing nations. That is the closest thing to the end times that we'll be seeing anytime soon. Unless the nukes go off, or some shit like that.
If by chance the Lord allows me to have those, they started looking kind of into the...
I hate it that if there is nuclear war, all these people will be like, I told you so, as the bombs go off. Like, yeah, you kept saying that the world would end for thousands of years, and the world eventually ended, so that means you were right. Yep. Not gonna argue with you because we don't have time. You know, like, that's gonna be how it goes.
Future, and they were so heavenly minded that they were no earthly good, is what my pastors would say every once in a while. But churches got away from preaching about Revelation and Daniel and some other topics that are very, very interesting and very important topics, because it basically gives you the opportunity to point at Scripture and go, God called that, right? In Ezekiel, when it talks about...
They're really trying to force revelations. It's said in the Bible that only God can make it happen, so they're actually just retarded. I mean, these people are notorious for cherry picking and sort of transforming the Bible and its messaging for their own purposes. That's kind of like what all pundits who believe in and preach religion do. They warp the narrative, they warp the quotes, and they try to tell a story or teach their own lesson using it. And there are, like, good pastors or good priests out there that'll just, like, you go in, you sit down at church, and, you know, you learn some good lessons, right? They tell you about, here's a story about the how jealousy is bad, right? Turn to this page in the Bible that you've got there, and it's like, okay, this is a story about a character who was jealous. You know, he coveted another man's wife, and you hear about the story of how he just absolutely ruins himself because of it, and it destroys him, it destroys everyone he loves, he gets punished by God for it, you know, a story like that, right? Maybe it's more dulled down for the sake of the kids that are in the pews, but, like, that tends to be how it goes. Grifters like this use the Scripture to tell you the world is ending, buy my pills and my survival apocalypse kits online, and give me money so you can survive the apocalypse God is bringing.
About the dry bones and the nation of Israel coming back, like that's something that has to happen for the rapture to...
And it could happen any day now. So if it doesn't happen tomorrow, you should buy some stuff from my store. And if it doesn't happen in a week, then you should buy some more stuff from my store. You know, oh, it hasn't happened in a month. Yeah, it could happen any day. Maybe you should buy some more stuff. That's basically the grift, you know? Like, the longer people stay hooked to the grift, the longer they'll fall for it. And the longer they stay in it, the more likely they are to never get out. There are people who are lifelong Alex Jones fans. That's how long he's been around. You guys know the streamer Asmongold? I used to be a fan of him, so I know about this. His mom was an Alex Jones fan from, like, when he was a little kid, you know? Up until, as far as I know, the day she died. There are literally people out there that have been Alex Jones fans through most of their life up until their deathbed. In fact, that is Alex Jones's target audience. It's really depressing.
To happen, for the tribulation to happen. It talks about them having a temple and having sacrifices and then having the abomination that causes desolation set up. Well, if Israel isn't a country, if Israel doesn't have the land, there is no temple, right? There is no temple right now, but it's impossible unless they're there. Well,
he started in the 90s. That's true, but didn't he do radio before that? Wasn't it like the late 90s he started doing like his internet show? But he was doing radio before that. Like, I remember seeing videos of him where he's got like longish hair, and it's like very, like, the videos that do exist are super blurry. And before that, he was on TV. Like, way before that, he was literally doing a similar-ish show, but more mild. But it was on TV for, like, some local station or, like, a conservative broadcast station. His story goes back way before his start online or even his start in radio. He's got, like, layers to him. I'm pretty sure he started, like, back in the early 90s. Maybe the late 80s. He's been around for a long fucking time. There are some boomers out there that have been watching this dude for decades. Decades. He is like the new Rush Limbaugh for a lot of these people. For a lot of people, he's been the new Rush Limbaugh for a decade.
Well, until 1948, that was impossible. Until modern television was invented. It was impossible for us to all watch the two witnesses at the Wailing Wall. And it says that when those guys are killed because they've tormented people for this period of time, just by speaking the truth and withholding rain to basically say, guys, you have to listen. Let me get your attention.
You referenced leaving high school in 1992. There's no way he graduated high school in 1992. There's no way he is that young.
No rain. Let me get your attention. Listen to, God loves you. He wants to save you. They rejoice. And
he did TV before he did radio. He was a Nepo baby. You guys know that, right? Like, there are videos that break down his story. It's, like, really layered. He had so many easy ins to the media sphere. It's insane. It's 30 years. 30 years is a substantial amount of fucking time. Do you think that somebody being a fan of a conservative pundit like Alex Jones for 30 years isn't a big deal and impactful? That is a huge chunk of people's lives. Tons of his fans have literally watched him for most or at least half of their lives.
Entire world watches them die, and then they exchange gifts like it's Christmas, and then they're brought back to life, and it freaks everybody out, obviously. If somebody was brought back to life after 3 days laying on the ground and we've been celebrating their death, it'd be a little weird. I'd kind of get freaked out too. I get it. I understand. But none of that technologically was even possible. And so when churches don't get into this, I think they're doing a bit of a disservice to their congregations, because it's almost, think about what we have now with kind of the cancel culture, right? We're obviously both very familiar with how that works in our society. You create a vacuum. You start to create a vacuum where people go, okay, well, you're not talking about this, so I'm going to go listen to 15 or 16 or 20 other people over here talking about it, and I may not be grabbing good information, right? So when you start canceling people in our industry, you start pushing them off into the fringes, you can't easily point out the people who are absolutely out of their minds and go, you know what, don't listen to that guy. He's never been right before. The end of the world has never come. He's predicted it 17 times. And people go, yeah, you're right. I can see that. I can see that this person's not correct and not a reliable person to judge or to listen to.
This is literally just them strategizing how best to fool people into believing in their doomsday prophet grift. Like, they're just strategizing it out right now and explaining, yeah, just don't tell people that there's a date so that, like, it's inevitable and vague, and you can, like, lead them on about the apocalypse is coming forever, and there's no definitive point in which you can say, you're full of shit, look, you know? Like, as we always have with these grifters.
To kind of judge whether the world is actually coming to an end or not, and it actually does a disservice to people. So I think the church has done a bad job at that. Let me just lay a little bit of groundwork here. It's important that you understand this. It is not important that you debate this to the death with other believers. People tend to get into these things and go, you know what, I am a New King James Bible person or a King James Bible person, and there are no other translations that absolutely are the Word of God, and you're a heretic and you're going to hell if you read the NIV. Right? They tend to kind of draw these lines where we shouldn't.
God judges the heart. And Christ always talked about the Pharisees up there praying in public. He said, no, you need to pray in private. It's about you and God. And I just want to be clear with people. This isn't about even the messengers here. The devil is 100% real. The operating system of the New World Order, the UN, is Luciferianism. They've got a Lucifer Trust that runs the prayer chapel in New York. At the UN, I've had these people try to recruit me. And some of it wasn't just in high school or then later when I was in Hollywood some. It's happened.
I love how much of Alex Jones's claims are like, trust me, they've come to me. I've heard these things. I've seen it happen. I've seen it go down. Trust me. I can't prove it, but you gotta trust me. I've seen it. I know. They've talked to me. They told me. You know, like so much of his claims are, they told me. I'm special. I know these things. Fucking crazy. I don't really think there's anything more worth going over here. He's just kind of going on a long rant, and I feel like I've gotten my fill of Alex Jones' insanity now. Oh, man. So I guess we're just going right back into, like, the hyper-Christian doomsday prophet era of conservative media now, huh? We're just going full circle back to the early 2000s. Or, sorry, the late 2000s. I welcome it. I welcome it. Going full satanic panic, calling video games and technology satanic. Yeah, this is going to go really well for the right and their attempts to try to, like, pull the left or pull young people away from the left and into the right. I'm sure this will go really, really well. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like it was quite solid. Gosh, I'm trying to figure out right now whether or not I've got the energy to do SevTech before we do the watch party. Let me hit up Ethan and see. Let's see. Alright, let's see if he's at the computer and up right now. If he takes too long to arrive, we will, what's the word for it? We'll just wrap things up and go straight to the movie. By the way, Xander, there are two versions of Dune. There was a miniseries one that came out in the 90s and a new one. Both are good. We're gonna watch the new one. We'll watch the new one. No reply yet. He's not deafened or muted in Discord, so... I'll give it 2 minutes. If I don't get a reply, I'll wrap things up. Let's see. I don't think he's noticed that I messaged him. Oh well. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, I decided to make my own version of Fallout, complete with a zombie apocalypse that was preventable, but there were anti-vaxxers, nuclear bombardment, and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and demons. That is quite fucking dope, honestly. I like that, Pepper T21. I'm interested to hear about that. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. That's gonna be like 15. Okay. Gonna wrap up. Don't worry. All right. He's not in the house right now, so it's going to be like 15 minutes before he gets back to his computer, so we're just going to wrap up stream. Sag. I told him to be ready. We were going to do SevTech today. I'm sorry, guys. I know you wanted SevTech. Unfortunate. But on the bright side, tonight is the night of the watch party. I think we're probably going to start it. I'd like to start it at 6:30 p.m. PST. That's in 15 minutes. But it might end up starting on the hour. It depends on how quickly we can get people in there. So yeah, everyone, if you have not already joined the fan Discord, please watch party in Amen. Yes, please join the fan Discord. We're about to hop in the Sanders Theater. I think it's literally called a theater. Like, they added theaters to Discord that allow you to have, like, a shitload of people all in one call, like, spectating a screen share, so you'll all be able to see the movie and type in a chat. I'll be communicating with that chat and watching the movie. It's gonna be super duper fun. Ethan should be there. We're gonna wait for him, and, yeah, it's gonna be fun. Oh, I apologize, chat. Excuse me. It's going to be fun. Thank you all so much for your support today. I really do appreciate it. It has been overwhelmingly generous, kind, and helpful. I seriously mean it. Thank you all so much. Please make sure to join the Discord. Hop in that VC now and, like, deafen and mute or whatever if you just don't want to, like, worry about being late or whatever. I don't believe it's like first come first serve. I think we've got like 1,000 slots, so you should be good if you come late. But if you don't want to be late for the movie, then you can still arrive now. We're watching Dune 1, the first movie. I have not seen it. It is going to be my blind reaction and watch through of it. So if you want to see that, hop on into the Discord. But with all that said, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I'll meet you guys in the theater chat in the Discord. I love you all very much. And as always, have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Doo-doo fart.